How's you good? Yes, we're good. All right, good morning, everybody. We're on. It is Tuesday, May 11th, and we are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda today?
There are none today, Chair.
Great. We have closed session items 1A through D. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda today? Nobody in the audience here, and we have nobody on Zoom raising their hand. So I will close public comment, and we will recess to our closed session agenda. We'll be back here at 10:30 a.m. To reconvene. See you then. Thanks. Okay, it is Tuesday, May 11th, and we are reconvening for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Get a roll call by the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Thank you. We have Spanish interpretation services available today. Jocelyn Martinez, would you make our Spanish interpretation announcement?
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete español. Se les anuncia que les pedimos disculpas. Hoy no habrá interpretación en vivo disponible vía Zoom.
Thank you so much. Our webinar ID today for Zoom, if you'd like to join us on Zoom, where we also have live Spanish interpretation available, is at 224-397-747. Today, I would like to invite Carmelita Garcia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We get Carmelita online. Ms. Garcia was born in Carmel, California, and has lived in Monterey County all of her life. She has made Pacific Grove her home for the past 45 years. And in 2008, she was the first Hispanic person to be elected to the Pacific Grove City Council. Additionally, she was the first Hispanic and only the 5th woman to serve as that city's mayor. Ms. Garcia has a long history of volunteerism and currently serves as an officer on the Administrative Enforcement Hearing Panel for the City of Pacific Grove. She enjoys spending time with her daughter and grandchildren, and that keeps the sun shining in her life. Carmelita, thank you for joining us. Would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for all your service. If you'll please stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carmelita, for joining us today. We appreciate having you with us. Are there any additions or corrections to the public agenda?
There's a correction to the Housing and Community Development Consent Calendar, and that is for item number 31, which is being requested to be pulled from the agenda by the department to be brought back at a later time. And there's a correction to the Public Works Facility and Parks Consent Calendar, and that's for item number 32, which is being requested to be pulled from the agenda by the department to be brought back at a later time. And lastly, to add to the adjournment, and that is to adjourn in memory of Cruz Reynoso.
Great, thank you. We will make those changes. For ceremonial resolutions today, we have 4 items with 2 presentations. I would be happy to entertain a motion in support of the 4, and then we can go forward with the presentation.
Moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions today? None. We'll close public comment for ceremonial resolutions, bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Askew.
Aye. Thank you. All 4 are approved. So the first resolution for presentation today is adopting resolution proclaiming the week of May 16th, 2021 through May 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week. And I believe we have Randy Ishii on the line to give a short presentation acknowledging all of the good work that our Public Works team does here in Monterey County.
Good morning, Chair Root Askew and members of the board, and thank you very much for that introduction. I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works Facilities and Parks. And Public Works Week recognizes the efforts, labor, and hard work of the Public Works Facilities and Park staff as they maintain the county's infrastructure for our community, our public at large. And the work they do ranges. It ranges from preparing plans and specifications by the engineering staff to put out for public bid for construction contractors to produce a road improvement or building improvement. A good example is the county's Measure X campaign projects along River Road that were completed this past year, and Gloria Iverson Johnson Canyon, another Measure X campaign project. We also have building improvements that we have performed over time, and we also have park facilities that we're gradually improving. The county itself has 1,257 miles of county maintained roads, 175 bridges, 29 traffic signals, and all the road appurtenances in the road right of way. Over 2 million square feet of owned office space that's maintained, as well as the grounds around the buildings. And we have over 30,000 acres of parks and open space maintained by the staff here for our community. The theme for Public Works Week this year is Stronger Together. And the words and theme of Stronger Together are meant by the National Public Works Association to represent the collaboration amongst citizens and their public works departments in providing much needed improvements that meet the needs of the citizens and residents who live and work in those areas, whether it be maintaining that product and market infrastructure or enjoying recreation at one of our beautiful parks. That theme of Stronger Together is probably one of the most important themes and is most exemplified by this past year with the challenges of COVID and with the challenges of the fires, as well as mud flows from storms that occurred all throughout this last year. Our staff banded together and worked together. And because of that, we're stronger together in opening up our roads back to our communities that were affected by mud flows, or went to the fire locations to close roads and support the other first responders out on the scenes during the 2020 fires that the county unfortunately experienced. By being stronger together, they're able to do their standard work routine, as well as address these emergencies like the fires and mud flows that suddenly occurred upon us, and work with our partner agencies to make our constituents' lives get back to normal as rapidly as possible. They're the unsung heroes of the infrastructure world. So please join me today in thanking them for everything that they do for our public and for our communities. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I am very pleased to have this opportunity to recognize and thank our public works staff here in Monterey County, as well as public works staff throughout the country as National Public Works Week, proclaiming National Public Works Week here in Monterey County. Thank you so much for the presentation today, Randy. And are there any other supervisors who have comments on this resolution?
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation, Randy. District 5 really depends on the Public Works Department and public workers for our district. We have so many issues with roads and, collapses into the ocean and all different kinds of things that happen in our district. And I just want to say thank you to all of the workers who put your lives on the line many, many times to ensure that the lives of all of the rest of us will be safe and comfortable. So I'm sorry that we don't have the breakfast this year. I enjoyed being able to cook the eggs and serve many of the workers, and I look forward to when we can do that again. But just in the meantime, I really appreciate all of the work that you do, and thank you so much for your great leadership, Randy, in ensuring that people get the job done and get it done well. Thanks so much for the chance to talk.
Supervisor Lopez with his hand raised also.
Yeah, Randy, just wanted to congratulate you and your team on, I know this is an opportunity here to focus on the work that you've accomplished, and it was a hard year. with all the mudslides, the fires, the closures, and the continuing issues that we have with natural erosion. I just want to take this time to appreciate you and your team. So thank you, Randy, and everybody. And we'll try to make more efforts this coming week to recognize you all during National Public Works Week. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur in the comments of my colleagues, and I thought of you today as I was driving to work. The high weeds on Walker Valley are getting cut down as we speak. So, and I did have the opportunity a year or so ago to go out and work with your crews when we were trying to clean up San Juan Grade Road, going up over to things, and the amount of work that your people get done is amazing. So thank you for all your hard work and support.
Supervisor Alejo.
Just wanted to weigh in also, just thank all the Public Works team for really doing a lot of great work during the toughest of times. And I think out of many of the different departments, Public Works takes on a lot, and they follow through. And I think it's very much appreciated by the residents of Monterey County. So salute and special thanks to all the team members. Thank you.
We will say thank you once again, and thank you for joining us today. A presentation adopting a resolution honoring Natividad Medical Center during the 2021 National Hospital Week. And I do think I see Janine Biguet in the audience, and we have also Dr. Harris here as well on behalf of Dr. Gray. So if you guys come up and
Yes, just wanted to say thank you for the today for the resolution. The theme of this week is for National Hospital Week is Hope Through Healing. Last week with Nursing Week, it was about courage, and everybody recognizes this past year and the really hard, arduous year for. I want to say thank you on behalf of Natividad's family, fighting for the community. All of these folks, these roughly 700 employees every day. Yeah, we hear about them as heroes, which they absolutely are, all leaders as well. Now entered it's spring. We're well into the harvest season, and I think everybody in Natividad is hopeful, like everyone else this year. And I'm all excited. The hospital.
do you want to add any comments? No, I'm here with us. And you've had a big year as well, leading the immunization effort. So we see and appreciate all of the work that you're doing. It matters. Thank you both for being here. If we were of us here with you today, but I do just want to say that hospitals across the county are celebrating National Hospital Week today, and I think that this is, of all the years, to honor and recognize the work of community hospitals and health care, all of the people who make champions here at Natividad. That they need and quality. Colleagues who want to add comments today? I know we have Supervisor Lopez, who represents the County Board of Supervisors on the Natividad Hospital Board.
Yeah, I'd love to make a few comments, Madam Chair. I have special reason today to be thankful for hospitals. The last 24 hours in my personal life have been pretty scary, but the unique partnerships between Natividad and SEMH have put me on a great track here early. And, I know I might sound a little different today. I'm facing some challenges, quite literally facing them, but I want to I want to just thank everybody for an incredible year in terms of addressing the challenges that have come up in our community, and stepping up and making sure that our community has what they need, whether it's a vaccine or that critical life treatment. You've been there. And we're going to take this week to celebrate you, to celebrate your teams. We couldn't do what we do here as a community without you, and truly taking care of the most vulnerable, specifically in Natividad, and making sure that the expert care that we need up and down this valley is available to our residents here at home. We don't have to go to the Bay Area anymore. We have the expertise here at home because of the hard work put in by our teams. We're greatly, greatly appreciative of all that you do every single day, and we'll continue to recognize, uplift, and appreciate you for all of those efforts. And so today we take this time to celebrate you for the coming week, but know that it's a daily celebration up and down this valley, knowing the long distances that we've come because of your efforts. So thank you.
Adams.
Thank you. I give thanks to Natividad without question, but I also, since it's National Hospital Week, I'd also like to give a shout out to the hospital that exists in my district, which is the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula. And a special thank you for all of the work that they did throughout COVID to ensure that people were vaccinated quickly and safely and got back on their way. They did a great job on testing as well, and I'm very, very thankful for the leadership that we see from Dr. Steve Packer, who does such great work, both within the hospital system, but nationally throughout the hospital workers, as being active in the community locally. So with that, I would just like to say a great thank you to all people who work in the hospital industry. I usually say hospitality, so it's kind of hard to just cut off the itchy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I concur in my colleague's statement, and you just look, especially during this time, but you look how much more respect and the people have for Natividad Hospital than they did 15 or 20 years ago, and the confidence they have in there. And I know personally when I ran into a jam and I needed to get tested, the place we went to, we called Janine, and my wife and I got tested. My staff all got tested. When we ran into a problem on our second vaccine, we went there, and I was amazed at how well organized it was, and not just for us, for everybody was there. So I'm very impressed, and congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Natividad. Just like Chris, many times when our families or us personally have these medical emergencies, Natividad has always come through with quality healthcare. I know my mother was there not too long ago, and most recently with the wide range of clinics that Natividad has been out there to our community, it really shows how critical they are to providing quality healthcare to our most vulnerable. There was an ice cream vendor, Don Alfredo, a humble man who we got to know over the last few weeks at the farm worker vaccination clinic, but he had lost his card and lost his appointment time that he had missed, and the Natividad staff recently followed up to reissue him his card again and to set him up for another appointment. It's those little things when nobody's looking that really, looking after the most vulnerable in our community. As he's a senior, it really showed the extra care that Natividad staff do. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I really appreciated how they reached out and tried to make sure that he was taken care of at their clinic at the hospital. So just a salute to them for doing the little extra every day.
Thank you. And we will have a framed presentation for you, and we will make sure that finds its way safely to Natividad. So thank you for having you with us today. We have item number 6, which is our appointments. This is to consider the adoption of a resolution to appoint one member of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey to serve as an alternate on the Board of Directors for the Pajaro, and I have all the letters here, but I don't have the words. The Pajaro, Charles, can you help me here?
Valley Flood
Supervisor
Management
Phillips. Thank you. And I will ask Supervisor Phillips if he wants to begin with any comments on this item. I believe at this point we have Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Alejo are already appointed to serve on the district, and I am the alternate for Supervisor Alejo, so we're looking for an alternate for Supervisor Phillips.
So, would you be willing to serve on that?
I believe I am already an alternate.
Okay.
I don't know if I can be an alternate for two people,
Okay.
but we may need to add one more person to serve.
Volunteer.
Do we have any volunteers?
Mrs. Lopez, I'm happy to do it.
I nominate Supervisor Lopez. Make that a motion.
Wonderful. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Phillips. Any public comment? Seeing no hands raised and no one in the audience, we'll bring it back to the board for a full roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. We've all got a seat there now. Well, we'll have to find a way to invite Mary to the party. Okay, moving on to our consent calendar. We have items number 16 through 34 on our consent. It looks like items 31 and 32 have been pulled to be brought back at a later time. Do any of my colleagues have items that they would like to pull from the consent calendar today? Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I'd like to just briefly comment on number 20 and pull 25 for a separate vote.
Okay, Supervisor Adams, did you raise your hand?
Yes, I'd like to pull 29.
Right, and I need to pull item number 27 for a separate vote as well. Is there anyone in the public who has any public comment on our consent calendar today? No hands raised. We'll close public comment on our consent calendar. Bring it back to board. I did have a brief, so we have separate votes. So I'm sorry, we'll start with Alejo for comment on item number 20. I have comment on item number 24, and then we'll do separate votes on the others. Supervisor Alejo.
I think that, Madam, if this is it. Okay, number 20. I think this is the behavioral health clinic in East Salinas. I just wanted to really thank the health department for moving this forward. This has been many years in the works, a property swap as well with the city of Salinas. But this is right on that corner of Circle and Sanborn, and bringing an important behavioral health clinic to East Salinas is taking the services to where the people are. And I think this would be do a great service to our families and to our residents. So I just wanted to commend the health department for moving this along and finding financing ways to get this project off the ground. To look forward to that coming to fruition. That's all, man.
Just getting clarification on the consent calendar. That was item 20. Was
20.
Verifying the number.
Yes.
Are you looking at a different agenda?
Yeah, I'm looking at a different agenda then. So 20 on.
20 is behavioral health, Alisal.
As far as law. Last week's agenda. It is.
Well, we need to get Charles an updated agenda. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And I think we can all agree that this item is worthy of celebration. I have a brief comment.
An updated agenda.
Yes. I just had a brief comment on item number 24, which is Monterey County Sheriff's Office K-9 handling training and acquisition services. And again, as we're walking up into budget season, this is a fairly large contract, sole source, increasing it almost $200,000. And I trust that if the sheriff deems this as being a priority, I'm not going to pull it for a separate vote. But I do just want to make the point that this is the amount of money that would be essentially equivalent to another sheriff deputy. And so the choices of what to be prioritized as augmentation requests versus what's being prioritized within the $120 million sheriff's budget are just questions that I just leave on the table for consideration. So with that, those are my comments. We have a separate vote for, let's do our separate votes first. Separate vote for item number 25, which I think was Alejo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is one of the 3 items that we sent back to Budget Committee, and we were able to look closer at it. I just asked to take a separate vote because I just like in Budget Committee, I could not support this. This is $505,000 for leasing 13 vehicles over 4 years. We could purchase 13 vehicles at almost $40,000 each for that price. And as our budget staff commented, it's always more expensive leasing these vehicles. And I know the sheriff said he wanted the undersheriff wanting the availability to just swap out cars when they're doing different operations. But even if they purchased half of the vehicles, they could still have the ability to lease some of them. But this just seems as the more expensive option. And for those reasons, I cannot support this item today.
All right. Do we want to have a separate vote on, I'm happy to entertain a separate vote on item number 25. We're on item number 25, which has been pulled for a separate vote. Supervisor Alejo indicated that he cannot support the item, and I'm looking to see if there is a motion to support this item.
Yes, move approval.
Lopez seconds.
I have a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez. This is for item number 25 only on consent. Could we get a roll call vote?
Chair, Supervisor Alejo.
Public comment on that, please.
Okay, even though we did public comment for Olive.
For the ones that have separate.
Very good. So because this is a separate vote, is there any public comment on this item? We do have public comment on this item. Thank you. I'll welcome Dale and then Bernie for public comment. We have 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
And thank you for joining us.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. I tried this 2 weeks ago and my internet was a little choppy.
Lopez, this is for item number 25 only on consent. Could we get a roll call vote?
Chair,
Supervisor
you need
Alejo.
public comment on that, please.
Okay, even though just a moment while we sort. Okay. All right, we're going to start that one more time, Mikhail. Thank you for your patience.
Sure. Ready to go?
Yep, we're ready for you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, members of the board. I'm sorry, my internet was a little faulty 2 weeks ago when I was trying to make a public statement, but I am a team member of Enterprise. And I do want to say that the value that Enterprise brings is a lot more than just the leasing that you might be seeing on the upfront. Really, our goal is to meet with public entities such as yourself, analyze the fleet from a total cost of ownership standpoint, where we're reviewing everything from vehicle acquisition cost to incentives, maintenance and fuel expenses, but most importantly, the resale value of that vehicle at any given time. Additionally, we have partnerships within this industry, such as emergency vehicle specialists and other ERV vendors, where we can help reduce some of the administrative time that folks on the sheriff's department spend trying to coordinate and schedule vehicle upfitting. Our goal is to have vehicles ready and prepared. Turnkey ready is the term that we use for the partners that we work with. And lastly, I do want to address the point about leasing versus buying. I do want to say that given a traditional lease structure, which most people are accustomed to, a net lease from a dealership, which has wear and tear charges and mileage restrictions, the way we've structured this and the reason partners like County of Kern, County of Merced, San Benito, and many cities like the city of Santa Cruz and other smaller municipalities like to work with us is they've adopted the equity lease structure, which does not have that. There is no mileage restrictions, no wear and tear charges. And to support the undersheriff's statement, it really does provide the flexibility of getting in and out of a vehicle without having a full cash allocation of a purchase. So you can kind of see that in the fifth attachment, attachment A, Enterprise MCSO vehicle pricing, where I did run that exercise. If you open up that attachment in the bottom left corner, you'll see that if the sheriff's department were to go out and purchase the 13 units they're looking to do, they'd have a cash outlay of about $531,000. Net payments through 4 years, the way we again are leasing these vehicles, there'd be a cash allocation of around 400 grand. But of course, you do have to account for the initial upfront down payments of 92,000, which is where that 505 is coming from. What is not displayed in that bottom left corner is, again, the power of the financing structure. So if you look at that same attachment on the right-hand side, Enterprise is, again, always looking at what the expected sale price is going to be. You'll see where the reduced book values is, which is the amount of the vehicle we're not financing, and then what the expected sale price is. So again, there's a lot that goes into this, and Enterprise is looking to deliver a turnkey ready solution, everything from vehicle acquisition out to surplus of a vehicle. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bernie. Bernie, we've given you permission to unmute, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. First and foremost, good morning to the chair and the board. Regards to this item, I just want to mention, I think there's a difference between a want and a need, right? And I believe this is the sheriff's. I think he stated that he says that this is what they want to use to, quote unquote, better serve the community by surveillancing them, doing operations, and using language like when the cars get burned or these cars get identified as police cars, we can go in, turn them in, and switch them out and continue. That sounds like counterinsurgency like tactics. That's like some like militarized way of operating, in the community. And how is this even gonna really promote health? This is $500,000, and of course you're gonna have an enterprise representative come here, because for them it's revenue for them, and this is, there's no data that says, undercover surveillance, all these things actually promote health and well-being, and actually stop crime and all that. The thing is, like, we really need to focus on the alternative and the prevention, and have the sheriff really start looking at how does that organization actually do work to help the people, to help to stop that cycle of harm, to promote the circles of healing, to promote family unification, to promote reducing recidivism. There's a lot of issues going on in our community that have been affected for decades, and I get it. There's crime being committed, there's substance abuse, there's domestic violence and all these things, but the reality is that we need to target the root causes of these things. And I think surveillance or having brand new 2021 cars being leased to the sheriffs when families are just barely able to make ends meet, let alone own a car. Again, just being critical of the way the sheriff is spending its money, even and so I'm just going to stop there and mention that I did miss the opportunity to provide comment on the consent calendar overall, but I appreciate the time to provide comment on this item 25.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you for joining us today and for your comments. Seeing no further public comment, I'll close public comment on this item. I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Supervisor Alejo, did you have additional comments?
Yes, just in response to the comments made, it's unusual for a vendor to come and speak during public comments for a contract that's going to benefit his corporation. So I just wanted to point how in my 5 years, I find that it's rare that a vendor goes out of his way to come and speak for a contract that is obviously more expensive from any level of common sense buying the vehicles is much cheaper. But I do want to just say how it's troubling for me to see somebody come and still advocate for something that to the public seems it's self-serving. So I just wanted to point that out to close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Yeah. Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah.
Aye.
Yeah.
Supervisor
I
Phillips?
had to, dude. It was like, oh, yeah, but
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
No, thank you. Motion carries. Our next separate vote would be on item number 29. Supervisor Adams, you also have this pulled.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to bring this item forward. As you know, this deals with the to have the Cannabis Committee be afforded the discretion to approve cannabis program contingency expenditures going forward without bringing it back to the board. And I appreciate the desire of staff to be able to expedite processes that take place with this issue regarding the cannabis contingency, program contingency. But I'm not comfortable with the proposed changes to normal county procedures and protocol. The board should have the opportunity to weigh in on these kinds of changes, not just the committee. For example, the CCA fee, which is the California Cannabis, are somewhat controversial. It is important for that decision and similar decisions to come before the full board. While this might look simple on its face, I'm uncomfortable with the precedent that it would set with allowing committees to make decisions made by the full board. I believe it also moves us away from the transparency and governance that I know we all strive to achieve. And so with that, I would move to deny the staff recommendation. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will second your motion so that we can continue discussion.
Thank you.
And I believe that Leo McKee has some additional thoughts to add.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the concept of creating flexibility for a program like this to be able to move things quickly we can have Joanne Iwamoto, the program director, come up and talk. I understand that right now there's ability to have the program authorize these program itself as opposed to you know, obviously there could be some falls out as far as board members potentially expending monies, and that could be a concern. You know, where the line gets drawn as far as authorized expenditures. Conversely, you would then you have a staff person making those. Have to make those. Maybe there might be a middle ground compromise here, which is to maybe have the committee make recommendations, but ultimately the decisions now, which is with the program and potentially.
Would you consider that a friendly amendment to the motion?
Yes, because it would accomplish what I want, which is not to allow committees to start being able to make decisions made by the board.
Well, if the board should be setting the overall policy, and staff should bring to the board, you know, the program pieces of where they want to be spending the money and where they have authority to spend money, and then the program lead, and I'll ask Joanne to clarify if I'm missing something here. The program lead would then ultimately make those decisions, just like any other time when money is allocated to the department to spend on different programs in different ways. Not everything comes back to the board for the micro aspect of.
Right. As it stands now, County Council, I've been looking at County Council over here. As it stands now, is there a limit on the amount of money that can be determined by staff to move from department to department within their program budget?
If I understand your question correctly, I don't believe there is such a limit as long as it is within that area of the budget. The department has the authority to transfer funds within a budget unit.
Yeah, the only other limitation, obviously, is entering into a contract to expend the funds. That's as far as authorizing overtime or staffing, that kind of thing is. Yeah.
Since it's not a
Right.
in mind, yes, I accept that as a friend.
Okay, thank you. And just a tech check real quick. We're hearing from that we need, for those of us who are in the audience, in the dais today, we just need to hold the mic very close and speak loudly so that the folks on Zoom can hear what we're saying. Thank you. So with that, we do have a motion in a second, and I want to continue conversation. I want to pass it over to the members of our Cannabis Committee for your thoughts and comments. I saw Supervisor Lopez had his hand raised first, and then we'll go to Supervisor Alejo. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, the different work happening within the committee is very flexible and reaches across several departments. And specific questions have come up on things like the CCA and whether or not money should be shifted there. And, those decisions, I believe, I would prefer sit with the committee members rather than with staff alone. And so that's why this recommendation that came to committee to be a staff decision was changed to a committee decision as part of what's in front of us today, given the cross nature of the dollars moving across departments and the extreme importance of controlling the dollars in their expenditure. And so I would prefer that we go with the recommendation, which is to keep it with the committee. But that's where I'm sitting now. I'll wait to hear from Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, and I think Chris stated it very accurately as it's presented. And I think there is a fixed amount. It's not just any. I mean, every year we're working within the contingency that was allocated to cannabis. So it's something that within the budget it's already approved by the full board. But it's just allowing that flexibility for the contingency to be able to make decisions with staff and with committee oversight. So I'm in agreement. I prefer the original recommendation that's on agendized.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you to the committee for considering these things. I think going on record, and I do want our staff to be able to, respond flexibly, respond quickly. I think if there's ways that we can sort of eliminate some of the bureaucratic processes that are in place that delay things that need to get done, I'm generally supportive of that. However, I do have concerns about delegating authority to subgroups of the board. I think that we potentially head down a slippery path in that case, and it's not one that I'm interested in pursuing. So the compromise I think that CAO McKee has offered, where we allow our staff to continue with the authority that they currently have, would be appropriate, not just for this committee, but for how the board operates fundamentally. But I will invite Supervisor Phillips to weigh in at this point before we take a roll call vote. Thank you.
I share the concern too. 20 years ago when I was in the business, I know we supervisors get our hands on a lot more than what the supervisors used to. Those days it was policymaking, but I am concerned with the precedent. Frankly, I'd like to have more control for the hospitality ad hoc that we have with action, but I have a concern just about session recommended by our CAO as a.
All right, we'll take this out to public comment, and I will also give Joanne an opportunity to weigh in if you have anything else to add to the conversation. Joanne, who's here in the audience. Perfect, so we'll do that first, and then any public comment. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand so that we can call on you.
Thank you, Chair Askew. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. So just to give a little history about the contingency amount that's been in the cannabis program, it began in 2018. And it started out at $300,000. And the agreement was it was only to be used for sheriff's overtime. Since that time, in August of 2020, the board approved to allow the program a little bit of discretion to include enforcement needs, meaning tools, et cetera, and to include the cannabis permit processing for outside consultants. And so in this year, when we provide monthly updates to the committee every month on the balance of the contingency and how it's been used, because we're keeping that within the parameters of its use and discretion, we did propose that could there be a broader discretion to allow the program manager to only use the funds that were allocated. And for this year, it's $263,400. And it was then redirected that the committee should approve, or recommended the committee should approve the allocation or the expense prior to it to be expended. So that's kind of where we are today. The program is happy to follow whatever procedure and direction, but it is a timely issue in the sense that we go to 3 bodies in trying to make a determination for its use.
Let's see, McKee.
I'm sorry, Joanne, could you explain the going to the 3 bodies, what you mean by that?
All right. So, for example, this year, it would be to go to the committee, the Cannabis Committee, then to the Budget Committee, and then to the full board. And so, because that is sometimes very timely, and our meetings don't always coincide just during the month to make it so that we can get to the next committee, to the next body, to the next meeting, sometimes it does take us about 3 or 4 months to do it.
You're saying you're going to the Budget Committee and the Board of Supervisors. Are you going to them when there's a change to the budget, or just to spend the money?
To spend the money. And just for transparency, so in the past, because we track the expenditures very closely, the program has not fully utilized the contingency amount that has been allocated. For this year, the item that is presented on the consent outlines how we would like to propose to use the remaining dollars in this fiscal year. And just to note, on April 27th of this year, the Housing and Community Development Department prepared a board report to spend $75,000 of that money for outside consulting.
I think we ought to get clarification maybe from Mr. Woods about needing to go to the Budget Committee and the Board of Supervisors. If you're not changing the budget, if you're transferring money from one fund to another, that might be what you're talking about, which would essentially be a change in the budgets of the different departments. So maybe that's what you're talking about. I'm not sure you'd have to go to all 3 bodies just to spend money. If money's been allocated and appropriated, you should be able to spend it within the confines of go to all 3 bodies.
All right. So I think this also raises sort of a larger issue that the board maybe needs to think about and look at our committee structures and how items are routed through different committees so that we don't end up in situations where staff are running around just putting things through committee. So I think that's something that we can hear and we will bring back to the board. But
thank you.
With that, I think we have a motion. We have, we need to do public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? I don't see any public comment on this item, so we'll bring it back to the board. Just to restate so we're receiving our update on the current balance of the fund. We are authorizing the Board of Supervisors Cannabis Committee. So we're not authorizing the Board of Supervisors Cannabis Committee to approve any cannabis program contingency expenditures. There was additional direction that we are giving to routing of these items.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just comment on that is talking about a change to the budget.
I'm sorry, the audio's cutting out still. I'm wondering if we can get closer to our mics because we're missing half the conversation here.
Yes, Supervisor Lopez, is that better?
Much, thank you.
So, as Joanne was saying, that she's going to three different bodies, the Cannabis Committee, the Budget Committee, and then the Board of Supervisors. If she's doing that because it's a change in the budget, I'm not sure that and we'd have to ask County Council to opine on this, that the budget, any particular committee could authorize a change in the budget. I think that's something for the Board of Supervisors.
All right, so we can continue that conversation, but we'll go ahead and take a roll call on this particular motion.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams? And Chair Supervisor Root Askew? Aye.
And I'll, that's an aye, thank you. All right, so moving along to item number 27. This is a Civic Spark Fellowship program that will be assisting with our municipal climate action plan and development of the county climate action plan. I did ask for it to be pulled as a separate vote so that I could recuse myself out of an abundance of caution. I was honored to join the statewide Local Government Commission Board of Directors last month, which administers the Civic Spark Fellowship program, so I will not be voting on this item, but happy to motion.
So moved to approve?
Second.
Motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on this item? No public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Well, I just wanted to comment that having our sustainability officer, it's kind of nice that we're able to now focus on our climate action plan for Monterey County. I assumed we had done one many years ago because a lot of cities and counties already have them, but Monterey County is not there. So I'm glad that our sustainability manager will have some extra help to get our plan accomplished, hopefully soon. And so I'm supportive of this. So I'd make a motion to approve.
Right. Oh, I think we have a motion already from Adams and Phillips. Okay, but thank you for the support, Supervisor Alejo. We already went to public comments, so we'll do a roll call vote on item number 27, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
And Supervisor Adams? Aye.
Okay, and I am abstaining from a vote on that one. Okay, so we now have the remainder of our consent calendar, which is items number 16 through 34, excluding item number 25, 27, 29, 31, and 32. Be happy to, we've already gone out to public comment, but happy to entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar today.
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Phillips, second by Adams. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. That taken care of. Moving on to other board matters, item number 7 are board comments. Anyone like to start with our board comments today? Supervisor Phillips, like to get us started?
I did have a few things I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank all our departments who came together for the cleanup that we had on Highland Drive out in the Bronda area. It was a very bad situation. There was all kinds of trash and stuff along the road. It was kind of a narrow road, and when I was by there checking on it before they started, the kids were having to walk out into the street to get to school on their way to school on this. And so yesterday my office helped to coordinate along with Nick Chulis, who did a great job in bringing everybody together with the County Public Works, the Department of Social Services, the US UMB or CSUMB Homeless Outreach Team, the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, the Sheriff's Office, and Smith and Enright. And they relocated the homeless couple who had been collecting massive amounts of materials that had been blocking a small road in Bronda. The materials was even spilling onto private property that caused a fire there a couple weeks before. And much of the debris was removed, but our staff collected 19 bins of their belongings that are being stored at a county facility and being returned to the owners when they settle into a new location. The couple was offered services, and this collaboration shows how the working together we can really clean up our neighborhoods, but do it in the right way so we're rehousing the individuals. So we did a similar thing out in Pajaro area, but it really shows when you bring all the collaborations together. And I am working with, and I mentioned to our chair about how many calls my office gets on illegal dumping, and so I am working with the Illegal Dumping and Litter Abatement Task Force to see how we might do even more. And I know they've had a presentation from Alameda County that had some innovative ways to educate the public and do. This Sunday at I think it's 11 to 5, maybe 12 to 5. Our office is coordinating with Clinica de Salud, North Monterey County Unified School District, VITA project, and Together Towards Health for a free drop-in vaccination clinic will be held Sunday, May 16th at the North County Monterey County Middle School. No appointment is needed, and it will be a one-dose clinic using Johnson & Johnson, easier for those there. So for more information on that, we're getting the word out on our website, but more information can be obtained at 809-5450, 809-5450. And finally, this last Friday, I know some of my colleagues were there. I even put my black robes back on for the first time in a long time to welcome Jennifer O'Keefe to our bench. And she was the first public defender appointed in maybe 40 years and the first woman public defender to be appointed to our bench. And during the ceremony, I was sitting with Wendy Duffy, who was a good friend of mine, worked for me in the DA's office, and we were reminiscing when she was first appointed to the bench, the first woman in Monterey County, and that was in 1989. Now I think more women are on the bench here than they outnumber us men. And finally, on Sunday, we'll have our first and hopefully only Roundup, Rancho Cielo Roundup virtual meeting where we're raffling off a Jeep that was donated by the Cardinelli group, and Dan Green is hosting that at 5 o'clock on Sunday. So I'm sorry to be so wordy, Madam Chair, but thank you.
Did you really just say that the first woman was appointed to the bench in Monterey County in 1989?
Yeah, 1989 by Governor Duke Mason. That's right.
Okay. Supervisor Adams, do you have any board comments today?
Thank you very much. I just have a couple. I'm still wowing over the fact that it took till 1989 to have a woman appointed to our bench, but thank goodness we did, and now I think we have a majority of women on the bench, if I'm not mistaken. So we've come a long way, and we've come that way quickly. So at any rate, that wasn't my intention, but I'll continue on. Just want a couple of thank yous to both Casa de Noche Buena in Seaside, and also to the Share Center in Salinas. I had the opportunity to tour both of those organizations on Friday. After touring Casa de Noche Buena, I just was blown away by how fantastic it was. And I was a little worried about going to the Share Center because I was sure it couldn't come up to the mark of Casa de Noche Buena. And I'm so thankful to be able to say that it absolutely makes it just beautifully. It's a gorgeous spot. I think we've really made some terrific headway in looking at the way that we treat homeless people in our community. And as I've said for so many years, you can't just say the homeless. They are individual people, and we need to always know them in that regard. And I'm so very thankful that we now have two great examples of how our county wants to be known as treating people who are without homes. Secondly, just want to notice that on this coming Thursday, May 13th at 5:30, I'll be holding a virtual town hall with Sheriff Bernal and the other residents in the Carmel Valley area. If you'd like information about how to participate in that, please either check my Facebook page or just call my office. And then finally, on a nice high note, I want to make mention of the fact that Monterey Peninsula Unified School District was one of only school district in the state of California that received an award that was given for its excellence in music. It came from the organization called the National Association of Music Merchants, and it's an organization that focuses primarily on school districts that provide access to music education, particularly for school districts that focus on African American, Latino, and Indigenous students who experience barriers to access music education. Very, very proud of the fact that Monterey Peninsula Unified School District received this award. I'm looking to my colleague, Ms. Ruth Askew, who for many years served diligently and with purpose on the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District Board of Directors. I'm a firm believer that the way to get more business in our community is by having a well-educated workforce. And I believe that this way, particularly by focusing on the arts, we're moving in that direction. So thank you to PK Diffenbach, the superintendent, and to all of the people who made this award possible.
Supervisor Adams. We'll go to my Zoom colleagues. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any board comments for us today?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to take a moment, not many announcements, but I wanted to take a moment to wish a happy birthday to my longtime staff, Javier Gomez. It's his birthday this Saturday. Javier started with me during the campaign when I was an underdog for the state assembly in 2010. And then he served with me 6 years in the state assembly and now 5 years on the county board of supervisors. I think anybody who has met Javier knows that he's one of the friendliest guy and a hardworking staffer. So I just wanted to take a moment to wish him a happy birthday and really thank him for all the work that he's done for me and for the people of Monterey and the Monterey Bay area as well over the last almost 12 years. So thank you, Javi, for all you do.
Happy birthday, Javi. Next up, we've got Supervisor Lopez. Any board comments for us today?
Yeah, I'll start with a happy birthday to Javi as well. You know, he's probably taken more than 20,000 temperatures at the fairground vaccinations, rodeo ground, sorry, that we've been doing. So just thank you, Javi, for all of your efforts, not just for the constituents of District 1, but for all of them throughout Monterey County. I just briefly wanted to share yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend the reopening of the Arroyo Seco Academy here in Greenfield. It was awesome to see the kids returning to school, to be there to welcome them back and cheer them on with a couple trustees, as well as the leadership from the school district. And so just want to say Welcome back, kids. It's an exciting time, and I can't tell you enough. I walked into the rooms expecting a little bit of chaos, but they were also zoomed in terms of attention to their teachers. So that was great to see. This weekend, I also had the opportunity to attend the Salinas Valley Fairs Junior Livestock Auction. Thank you so much to staff for working with the fair to make sure that that went off. Our kids had a very successful weekend. I'm looking forward to getting the big total and final number. This weekend, I'll be honoring some Boy Scouts, specifically Eagle Scouts in Sreckles, and look forward to doing that, as well as there'll be a vaccine clinic in South County. It'll be the Ag connection with GSA and Clinica this weekend down in King City. So look forward to getting more doses out into the community. And lastly, just wanted to announce I will be hosting a budget town hall for South County residents. So look forward to information on that. It'll happen in a couple of weeks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I just have a couple announcements. Tomorrow night at 5:30, I'll be hosting my next Wednesdays with Wendy, which will be still online on Zoom, but we're welcoming Jason Cameron from our Military and Veterans Affairs office to talk about the many benefits that are available to active duty military, to veterans, to family members of veterans, and just the wealth of resources that are available here in Monterey County for our military families, military connected families. Everyone is welcome to join us. We'll be on Zoom. On May 12th, also at the same time, the East Garrison Community Services Area Advisory Committee will be having their next meeting. The group, East Garrison, welcomed the sheriff last night for a town hall meeting. And I'd just like to thank Sheriff Bernal and his team for answering upwards of 60 questions in the chat and verbally many, many more questions that were posed by members of the community. This coming Saturday, May 15th, Seaside High School, in partnership with All in Monterey, our VITA program, our health department, the school district, CAPRX, will be hosting a Seaside Wellness Day in direct response to requests that we've received from the community, the Ministerial Alliance in Seaside, the Monterey County Black Caucus, as well as a number of just individual community members who are really asking for opportunities to focus on health and as we host a vaccine clinic. So there'll be a vaccine clinic, there'll be testing available, there'll be doctors who are available to answer just individual questions that people have as they look to make the right decision for them and their family about getting vaccinated. So we invite everyone to come out and join us on May 15th at Seaside High School for a Community Wellness Day. I do believe I have to go to public comment for this item, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on our board comments today? If so, please raise your hand. Have one, and we'll still have general public comment coming next, but welcome Eric to the dais. Thank you.
Name's Eric Peterson. I'd just like to add that Saturday there's also going to be an open house at 400 Liggett in honor of their 80th birthday. I don't have details, but I'm sure they can be scrounged up pretty easily. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and move right along to item number 8, which is our CAO comments and referrals.
Well, this will be easy. There are no referrals this week, and I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
You made that easy, Charles. And we got you an updated agenda.
Well, the current one is online. So
it sure is. Excellent.
Right. The paper one in front of me was not.
Is there any public comment on our CAO comments today? Seeing none, we'll close. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Oh, I do. I'm sorry. We do have one comment on the CAO comments. And just to clarify, we will still have public comment next, but this is for anything in response to what our CAO shared. Dina. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Dina Lozoya. I am the program director for Mexican American Opportunity Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization that provides subsidized childcare to income-eligible families in Monterey County. They should hand not only in my organization, but in early childhood education field at large, is the workforce shortage and qualified staff. We have a high turnover of teaching staff leading to instability in the classroom. The support of funding allocated to early childcare in the county is greatly appreciated, as well as the support to our collaborating agencies such as Bright Beginnings and First Five Monterey County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us and using your voice to represent our community needs today. All right, we'll move on to general public comments. This is item number 9 on our agenda. We welcome community input into our meetings. This would be for any item that is not on today's agenda. Public comment is limited to no more than 3 minutes, and public meeting laws in California require us to conduct our business in public, but the board may not be able to respond directly to your comments because it isn't something that's on the agenda today. Is there any public comment for us today? Anyone jumping up here in chambers? Anyone online? Seeing no hands raised online, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board, and move on to our 10:30 a.m. scheduled item. We have item number 10 today, which is to receive a report on a proposed policy to conduct fiscal analysis and prepare fiscal impact assessment reports for proposed ballot measures of Monterey County deemed to fiscally impact the county government jurisdiction, and to approve the proposed policy. We have a presentation from Rupa Shah, who's our auditor controller. I see Rupa's on the line, and I'm just going to do a quick time check. It's about 11:50. The board does have some items to go into for closed session at lunch, so we'll just keep us moving forward with time in mind. Thank you for joining us, Rupa.
Thank you, Chair Askew. Good morning, members of the board. Rupa Shah, auditor controller. So we have drafted and proposed this policy in response to a referral from Supervisor Lopez, requesting to create a policy that would authorize the auditor controller to conduct a fiscal analysis on proposed ballot measure of county, which are deemed by the auditor controller to fiscally impact the county. That intent of the policy is to do so without needing a resolution of the board on a case-by-case basis, directing the auditor controller to conduct such analysis. So as a way of background, under the California Elections Code 9160, the board can direct the auditor controller to conduct a fiscal analysis and prepare a fiscal impact statement, estimating the amount of any increase or decrease in revenue or cost to the county. The Election Code 9160 further states that the fiscal impact statement is official matter to be printed preceding the arguments for and against the measure and may not exceed 500 words. So again, the proposed policy is intended to remove the step requiring the board's action in passing resolution on a case-by-case basis, directing the auditor controller to conduct the review and prepare the report. Instead, it will authorize the auditor controller to conduct the analysis and prepare the report on all ballot measures of the county in each election that are deemed by the auditor controller to fiscally impact the county. However, the other parameters provided in the Election Code 9160 will remain applicable in conducting the analysis and preparing the report by the auditor controller. With the adoption of this policy that is specific policy to the county, the number and frequency of fiscal analysis may increase. In addition, analysis of some measures may require specialized subject matter knowledge. As such, the auditor controller may require additional resources to conduct or complete the analysis. Therefore, approximately 3 to 5 weeks prior to conducting the analysis or during the period of conducting the analysis, my office shall apprise the board with the need for resources and associated costs for budget approval considerations. Additionally, I want to mention and I want to state that my office will make every effort to conduct the analysis for each measure of the county that is deemed to fiscally impact the county in each election. However, there is a potential that multiple ballot measures in one election cycle precludes all measures to be fiscally analyzed due to lack of sufficient internal resources or availability of external resources. So in such instance, my office shall apprise the board with a recommendation for the measures to be selected for the analysis based on our preliminary assessment, considering factors such as level of fiscal impact, availability of resources, expert knowledge, and data. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions or if there are any comments or items for discussion.
Thank you so much, Rupa Shah, for presenting and for responding to the referral. I believe it was a referral from Supervisor Lopez, so I'm going to pass the microphone over to Supervisor Lopez to add to the conversation.
Thank you, Rupa, and thank you, Madam Chair. Just I want to appreciate the work. This really gets to the heart of what I was hoping to address with this referral, which is to remove a lot of the concerns that we've seen in recent similar measures by making sure that this analysis happens without too many steps. And so I really appreciate the product, and I look forward to supporting it today and look forward to any comments from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chris. I did have one question for our Auditor Controller. Just in terms of a department that has been historically under-resourced, what additional resources do you anticipate needing? I know that in order that you're proposing to bring forward, the specific needs that might exist to pursue the more in-depth assessments. But even in order to do that initial work, are there additional resources that you anticipate needing, or other work that would be sidelined as a result of responding to this additional requirement?
I thank you for that question, Supervisor Askew. This will be a new territory, new program. And so there may be times where there are no measures to be fiscally analyzed. There may be times that there is only one measure to be fiscally analyzed, and there may be times where there may be more than one measures to be fiscally analyzed. And so therefore, I wanted to make sure that I provided those type of criteria or need for resources when there is a need. So I think that little bit of my research into the history of this area. One measure was fiscally analyzed in 2016 by my predecessor. That was relating to Measure Z, I believe, and it was relating to the fracking ban. But after that, there hasn't been any measures fiscally analyzed. So the activity in general is limited. But with this policy, there is a potential that the activity may increase. And therefore, there may be a need to even do preliminary assessment if there are multiple measures. So at this point, I really don't have like very specific, clear answer as to the need for resources, because it really depends on what we are facing. So, and then as stated in my report, there may be times when we may need expert knowledge or expertise from external consultant or things like that, that may be even necessary that we will bring forth. However, if there is no need for external resources, even internal resources may be limited. And therefore, I have provided the criteria in the report that there may be such need. And like I said in the report, I will bring forth that information when we get to that bridge. I guess we will, cross the bridge when we get there and figure out how we will proceed.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw. I always appreciate your reports. I have a question, though, and I guess I'll ask you, but then I'll need to ask my colleague as well. I don't know what prompted this referral. Was there a problem that was in existence that we are now doing this to try to rectify?
Supervisor Adams, I'm not aware of a problem because, as I mentioned earlier, the last analysis that was done by my predecessor. So I have not encountered the need to even actually do the work in this area. So I am not personally aware of problems or any of that issues.
So this is Lopez. I'm happy to jump in and kind of explain why I put it in. It was sort of spurred by the measures he experienced, and that just the fact that the analysis was done became a political question, right? And I think it's just good policy. I look at the state and their offices that look at every bill and every proposal for their financial impact. And in the years since I've seen that as a lacking need within our county. And so I thought about different ways to create that opportunity. And in talking with Claudio at elections, the rules already existed. They just weren't a standard or required. And so through this proposal, it becomes a standard so that there's no question in that impartial analysis can be done without what could be perceived as a political resolution requesting it from the board. It's just done so that in the future, we don't end up having that question in front of us and being accused of politics when it really has the ability to impact the county's financial picture. So I'm trying to address something that is not a problem, that was a problem at one time before it grows in any way.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. I think that was good.
It does. Thank you for explaining that, Chris. I appreciate it. So it sounds like we're changing policy now. I'll go back to county, our executive officer. It's not that I'm opposed to this. I think it's probably a good idea, but I come back to, is this how we change policy? So like, there wasn't a whole lot of information in the board report. I mean, I had to ask why we were doing it. It makes me question whether or not this is the right way for us to be taking these kinds of decisions. As I say, I don't see anything wrong with it, but I don't know whether or not, once again, we're setting precedents without having a little bit more thought around the entire,
Okay, I'll see if I actually think this is the way you would change policy, is through a referral from a supervisor, and the concept that the financial analysis or fiscal analysis surrounding any ballot measure could become political, and even the request for it could become political, I think is probably very true. Conversely, when a proposition or initiative comes forward in the future, if this proposal passes, the board could at that point also reverse course if they wanted to and change the policy. And so I think Supervisor Lopez's intent to try to remove politics from it through this process, could be successful, and it is the method upon which you would change policy of the board is through a referral like this. That being said, it doesn't mean that in the future, if you rejected this referral, it doesn't mean in the future you wouldn't be able to request the auditor controller to do a fiscal analysis. It just kind of eliminates the need to make that request. You would end up in the reverse. You would have to tell the auditor controller not to do the analysis in the future.
Do you have any financial analysis? Any idea of how much this would actually end up costing us? Rupa you said you didn't even know.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I'll jump in. My guess is that it's all dependent on the initiative. Some are very simple. And some are complex. And my guess is that when you get this, very complex ones, then the auditor controller's office might need assistance from outside resources at that point if it's very complex, and that wouldn't be unusual. Back when we did the never-ending battles over the general plan back in the early 2000s, that was there was a need to engage outside resources to do the fiscal analysis, just because it was it was a lot of work. It wasn't that the auditor couldn't do it. Technically, it just was a lot of work. But some of them are very simple.
Mr. Phillips.
Yeah, I completely concur in the referral and the process, and we did see that with Measure Z, and just the fact that we requested an independent evaluation became a political hot potato, and people should have an independent analysis of the fiscal impacts that they're going to see when they're voting for something, and have some objective way of doing it. So I support it.
I just want to acknowledge, I think I hear what you're asking, Supervisor Adams, and part of the way that we've just made changes to the referral process would allow sort of an extra step before we get to the point where we have a policy in front of us, but it would allow the CAO to bring back sort of an initial review, some input, and then proceeding. So that may in part address sort of the process.
Yes, you know, what I'm thinking now, since we already charged the CAO with looking at the whole list that we had talked about with regarding the cannabis contingency, perhaps this sort of thing could be rolled into it as well when we're doing the research, so that there is a very specific step. But I guess, as I said before, I don't have a problem with it. I just, like, you know, it's preliminary steps. Do you recall whether we did one on Measure X, the transportation tax that we had?
Ms. Shaw, was there a Measure X assessment done? Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Adams' voice was cutting out here and there for me. So thank you for asking that question again for me. To my knowledge, Measure X was not analyzed by the Auditor Controller's Office.
All right, thank you.
And I believe the reason for that probably could be that it was not a local county measure. It was probably brought forth by outside of the county, probably from the state level. So we are only referring to the measures that are local county, Monterey County measures.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
All right, I'm going to take this out to public comment for any public comment on this item. Don't see anyone here in chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom who has public comment for us on this item? And then I'll close public comment and bring it back. I see Supervisor Phillips.
Move approval.
I'll second.
I'll second that. A motion from Phillips, a second from Askew, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, this motion carries. Thank you for the work, Rupa Shah and your team. Thank you for the referral, Supervisor Lopez. With this, we will be recessing to closed session. We will be back here at 1:30 p.m. and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Just to clarify, we'll recess to closed session at 12:30.
We are recessing to lunch until 12:30, at which point we'll begin closed session at 12:30, reconvening back in open session at 1:30. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, microphone 12, microphone 12. And microphone 8, of course, it's working when you talk to it. Microphone 6, microphone 6.
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic.
Wireless 2. Microphone 3, microphone 3.
Wireless 1.
And microphone 2 on the dais. Dais? Pronounce dais. We don't know how to pronounce dais. All right, podium mic, podium mic. This one's the newest, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Hydrocodone with acetaminophen.
Okay. The only thing is, I don't think you can take acetaminophen if you've taken like Aleve or Tylenol.
Nick, we can hear you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Tuesday, May 11th at 1:43. We are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce Jocelyn Martinez to make our Spanish interpretation announcement.
Jocelyn Martínez, intérprete español. Se les anuncia que en estos momentos no tenemos disponible el servicio de interpretación en vivo vía Zoom. Solamente lo tenemos disponible para comentario. Gracias.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'll also announce for anyone who's joining us via Facebook Live or YouTube Live that you are also welcome to join us on Zoom. Our webinar ID number is 224-397-747. We have our first item this afternoon is a briefing and update on COVID-19. And I have 30 minutes scheduled for this item to include all of our comments and discussion. And I will pass the microphone over to Nick Chulos.
Thank you, Chair Askew, and good afternoon, board members. We have two items to cover this afternoon for the COVID update. One is a public health update by Dr. Moreno and Christy Michi from the Health Department. And the other is an update on the rent and utility assistance program by Lawrence Fuenfupa from Department of Social Services and Kelly DeWolf from United Way, and I believe Katie Castagna from United Way is also joining us this afternoon. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn it back over to you.
Lauren? Dr. Moreno. I see Dr. Moreno. Okay, very good.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. Can you see my screen, my presentation?
Yes, Dr. Moreno, we
can. The
can.
presentation is up.
All right. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health and Monterey County Health Officer. For my update today, we are still engaged with the state through the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And the information is there for the public at the state website if they'd like to see it. The state has announced this week's tier statuses based on metrics that the state is following for each county. In order to move from orange tier to yellow tier, as we've discussed in the past, our adjusted case rate and our test positivity rate for the HPI quartile 1 need to be less than 2%, which is here on the far right. And the prior week, the state did announce that we had met the yellow tier criteria for all three for 1 week. We still meet the criteria for yellow tier for test positivity and test positivity for HPI quartile 1. However, the adjusted case rate for the most recent week that the state is tracking jumped a little bit up back into the tier 3. So so the state has announced that we are still in orange tier. And again, in order to get to yellow tier, we'll have to have more people vaccinated. We'll have to have more, continue to use face coverings. Even in situations where the state says you can remove your face covering, there's a lot of people who are still feel more comfortable wearing face coverings, and that will probably still contribute to keeping the transmission low, washing your hands and keeping your distance whenever possible. This is a summary of not just the case rate, which is we would consider stable, but also our ICU bed capacity, which is stable, which does represent the fact that our cases are low and our hospitalization rates are low, and severe cases are still much lower than they were when we had this the most recent surge in cases. And anyone that's getting a test on average will have a pretty quick turnaround time to get the results. It's about 0.8 days for test results to be returned. Some people will get it sooner in a matter of minutes or hours if they're getting tested in emergency department, or maybe a day or two if they're getting tested in other locations. But on average, the turnaround time is less than a day. and 63% of residents that are currently eligible to get the vaccine have gotten at least one dose here in Monterey County. We have also posted our vaccine information on our website. So what I'm presenting next is on the website. People can access this anytime they like. We continue to make progress in terms of the proportion of individuals that are vaccinated with at least one dose by different age ranges. Looks like we are continuing to make some progress here in the most vulnerable population, which is the 65 and older, with about 78% of that population having received at least one dose. And as the eligibility for vaccine continues to move into the younger age groups, we hope to see it increasing in vaccine uptake among the younger population as well. Besides by showing vaccines progress by age group, we also continue to put it on a website based on race and ethnic groups. And so we are making slow progress in particularly the Black or African American population. And we'll continue to, our county departments will, and county leaders will continue to work with the community to engage in ways that can hopefully alleviate some hesitation or concern that individuals in this population may have about getting vaccinated against COVID-19. But we also track COVID-19 vaccine status in other groups. And at this time, we've also been concerned about the Hispanic population that does lag the white non-Hispanic population. But I'm going to move on to another way that we're tracking it, which is by region. And we do show that overall 63% of Monterey County residents have received at least one dose. We do have slight differences throughout the county, with the highest estimated uptake of vaccine is in the Salinas area, followed by the Peninsula and Big Sur area, and then finally followed by North County and South County. And we continue to do what we can to work with the state and Blue Shield, who's serving as the state's third-party administrator, to make sure that those providers who are offering vaccine to individuals living in North and South County continue to receive an adequate supply of vaccine so they can continue to offer vaccine clinics to either their patients or to people who aren't their patients but who reside in those communities. And this is just a breakdown of those 4 regions. These are the, excuse me, the zip codes, geographic zip codes in North County. And the uptake of vaccine varies by zip code, but overall North County has about 55% of folks vaccinated. Similarly, Peninsula has a variety of differences in vaccine uptake by zip code, but overall 66% of the population has been vaccinated at least with one dose. And Salinas, where we're doing pretty well, I think, and we have 68% of the population vaccinated. Again, the percent or proportion of people living in each of these zip codes that are listed here does not, when average, does not equal 68%, but that is because there are some individuals who, when signing up for a vaccine, they don't put a physical address that is geographically placed in the Salinas area. They put a PO box that isn't assigned to a geographic location. So those people who get a vaccine, they're added in the numerator, so the number goes up, the number of people being vaccinated, but there's no way to add them to the denominator because there's no geography associated with those individuals. So that's why this total vaccination rate appears to exceed what would be an average, adding up these proportions by zip code. And then finally, South County, again, a variety of proportions of individuals vaccinated based on zip code, with 54% total of individuals being vaccinated with at least one dose of vaccine. And we'll continue to look at this data and work with our vaccine providers that are serving these communities to make sure, again, that they have vaccine available to continue to offer this vaccine to those, particularly zip codes that we appear to have a low uptake of vaccine. And then finally, there is some update that I think many people have read about this or heard about it, but there's 3 vaccines that are authorized right now to be offered to Monterey County residents. One in particular, the Pfizer vaccine, was received a new authorization by the FDA yesterday, and that revised authorization extends the authorization for the vaccine to be used for people 12 years of age and older. And so specifically what was added, it's the individuals from 12 to 15 years of age. On May 12th, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice, that's a national group of variety of people from a variety of health and public health and research backgrounds coming together to review the authorization by the FDA and make a recommendation to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The use of the Pfizer vaccine in 12 to 15-year-olds here in Monterey County can begin as soon as the CDC recommends extending the vaccine to that newly eligible population, and when providers make appointments for that people in that age group, and as long as the providers have the Pfizer vaccine, because this extension to the 12, 15-year-olds right now only applies to the Pfizer vaccine. So we have an estimated almost 24,000 adolescents in this age group. They make up about 5% of the county's total population. And some of the strategies that local health jurisdictions and local vaccine providers and the state are looking at to try to get as many of these individuals vaccinated as possible is to do what we can to continue to provide vaccine clinics at school locations, which are familiar to individuals in the community and familiar to the school community as well. So that's one strategy that we hope will continue. The other is that at this moment, the California Medical Association and the California Department of Public Health are reaching out to pediatric providers. So that's typically pediatricians and family practitioners and the mid-level providers, reaching out to them to encourage them to enroll in MyCAVax, which is the state portal and system for being enrolled as a provider to receive and share information with the state on vaccination efforts. And we have also sent out notification last week to our list of healthcare providers. Many of them currently provide vaccines to children, encouraging them, if they're not already on MyCAVax, to enroll on MyCAVax. And there is a webinar training this week that California Medical Association and CDPH are encouraging pediatric providers to participate in and become familiar with what's required to enroll in MyCAVax in order to be eligible to receive vaccine and contribute to the vaccination efforts for this newly eligible, which should be a newly eligible group. And that concludes my update, Nick.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. Chair Askew, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Let's continue with our rent and utility assistance update, and then we can get all of our questions answered at once. Lauren on the line. Lauren Supa, thank you so much for joining us and for all of the work you've been doing on this.
Thank you, Chair Askew.
Yeah, wonderful. And I see Katie Castagna from United Way, and I think I saw Lori Medina's face pop up too. So we'll pass the microphone over to you, Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just get started the presentation here to give an update on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Just to provide a very quick overview as a reminder of where this funding came from. Just over $15 million from the state through SB 91, just under $13 million from the federal government, from the Consolidated Appropriations Act, the U.S. Treasury, for a combined total of just over $28 million to support rent and utility assistance for Monterey County residents. The funds were received and are being managed through Department of Social Services, and the contract executed and being operated through United Way Monterey County. I'd like to invite Katie Castagna to share a little bit about how United Way has been working on the implementation and how activities for the program have been going so far. Katie.
Thank you, Lauren. And actually, you can proceed to the next slide. I want to thank Chair Root Askew and the entire Board of Supervisors for the trust you placed in United Way to help facilitate this amazing assistance for our community. As you know, we have built this on the success of the pilot project that you funded in the fall with CARES Act money. And this is just a quick recap of the process that we have in place for people to access the rent and utility assistance funds, really leveraging our 211 information and referral system, as well as providing a direct online portal for people to apply themselves through mcrenthelp.com. And then really what we have built with a variety of partner agencies is a system for distributing this assistance countywide. It's my pleasure to introduce Kelly DeWolf from the United Way team, who is really the point person on this project and who will be taking you through a quick update of our results to date. Kelly?
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much to the board for having us today. I just wanted to give an overview of the program and some of the updates that we have on numbers so far and results for the program. We have this process slide which kind of goes over the way that residents can access the program. They have a couple of options. They can go through our 211 call center specialists by dialing 211 and being walked through our application by a 211 call center specialist. They can also apply online on our website at www.mcrenthelp.com or in Spanish at www.mcayudaderenta.com. And at this point, they'll be referred to one of our participating agencies. And the agency then that they have chosen to work with will move forward with their application with collecting documentation and verifying that documentation, talking with the landlord and being able to pay assistance directly to the landlords and utility companies. If we can go to the next slide. These are our participating partners. We are working with 13 agencies and actually 14 agencies now and 2 other agencies who are assisting with intakes. We have several jurisdictions that are participating: City of Gonzales, Greenfield, King City, Monterey, Salinas, Seaside, and Soledad, who are serving clients within their city limits. We're also working with North Monterey County Recreation and Park District, who's working in collaboration with the Castroville Coalition and the Castro Family Resource Center to process applications for our North County residents. We're also working with Central Coast Energy Services, Goodwill Central Coast, Hartnell College, and Salvation Army, who are helping residents in all zip codes in Monterey County. And then finally, we're working with Monterey Peninsula College, who is assisting students of theirs, and we are currently setting up a landlord portal where landlords can apply directly for tenants that are past due from April 1st of last year until March 31st of this year. They can apply directly, and we will be having a separate portal for landlords to be able to apply directly through the Housing Resource Center, hopefully by the end of this month. And in terms of our results so far, we have received about 2,650 applications so far. And this is a combination of online applications and applications that we've received through 211. Of those applications, about 868 are currently in process, and 309 have already been approved and paid out. So the remaining of those applications are still waiting to be processed. And I did want to speak to that a little bit, and I will do that on the next slide. But before I do that, we also have expended about just over 900,000 in both rent and utility assistance. And from our applications, we do have the information that we have about 10,300,000 in unspent funds that are owed from all of our combined applications. So that number kind of reflects the 80% of the total amount owed by current eligible but unpaid applicants. So assuming that we're going to be paying that past due rent at 80% according to state guidelines, that would be the total amount that we have yet to pay out. So far, we've seen an average assistance payment of $2,800 for each applicant that we've paid, and that really does depend on whether it's a rent payment or a utilities payment. But that is on average what we've been seeing, and we're expecting that that number will increase as we continue to work through these applications. So in terms of some of the challenges we've had, and you may notice that there's still quite a few applications that need to be processed. We have seen a really, really large interest in this program. Obviously, there's a huge need in the community. And so we're happy that we're able to provide this assistance. Our partners are working as fast as they can to get through all of the applications, but we have realized that there is a really big aspect of case management associated with these applications. A lot of our residents who are applying for assistance are dealing with really complex legal concerns or legal issues with their property management companies or their landlords, and this does have to be navigated with them, and a lot of times with the assistance of our agencies. So getting through these applications, it's more than just collecting documentation and paying checks. There's often a really big case management component to these applications, which is why we're seeing a little bit of a slower timeline than we would have expected. We've also seen several changes to the documentation that's required from the state. And so in order to be in compliance with the state requirements, we have had to change around some of the documentation requirements in order to ensure that compliance. That's also been a challenge for us throughout the program. On the other hand, we've had already a few success stories that we've received from our agencies, and the program has assisted a wide range of COVID impacted people, including small business owners struggling to make ends meet due to their business going under during the pandemic, small landlords depending on rental income in order to get by, a wide range of residents, including educators, hospitality workers, and parents, many of whom have been impacted by needing to stay home and provide childcare, or who lost their employment due to COVID-19, or who were impacted by the illness themselves. This program has provided a really important and much needed stress relief and relief of financial burden for these folks in the county. And for many, we've already seen that it's been able to prevent homelessness and secure housing for this foreseeable future for these residents. So we've really seen already a big impact, even considering the small percentage that's been paid out of the total applicants. So these are our updates for today. We'd welcome any questions from the board, and we just wanted to say thank you again for allowing us to present our updates.
Great. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the presentation. This is really helpful information. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments about Dr. Moreno's presentation or the United Way rental assistance program? Supervisor Adams.
Just for the United Way program, I'm just wondering, do you see a smooth road ahead, or are there any concerns that you have that we might be able to address now and help with the future?
I want to point out one thing that I think is going to be a little bit difficult unless it changes. And as Kelly pointed out, the state guidance does continue to be updated. But this whole concept of the rent in arrears right now is defined as going through March 31st of 2021. So as we get further and further from that, I mean, the idea is that that was front loading back rent up through March. But if somebody's applying in June, let's say, and they owe back rent from April through June, then we, according to the current guidance, won't be able to assist them with the back portion. So I think there may be a little bit of trickiness in that unless it is amended by the state. And part of what we're trying to do is message as clearly as possible, not only to the community, but to our partners who are administering the benefits, and understanding that some of this is subject to change. But that idea of having it front loaded for a very specific time period, to me, is a little bit of a tricky aspect to the current setup. But otherwise, I want to say I'm just really proud of the partners that we've assembled, some amazing local jurisdictions and nonprofits, and I'm so proud to be working with our community colleges. So I just think whatever we can do to empower those partners to continue to process applications is going to help us get the word out. And I think as more people receive benefit, it'll help increase the application and the incentive for people to reach out to us.
Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you all for the presentation. You're doing great work for us. Just comment, disappointed that we didn't look like we were going to the yellow tier, and that didn't work out for us, but it put us back a week or two from where we were, but a little disappointing. But overall, we're looking good. I am a little frustrated. We've talked to Dr. Moreno and trying to get more guidance for where we're going and where we're going to be, especially June 15th. And it's frustrating that we can't get, and Supervisor Adams and I are being asked by the hospitality people, well, what direction can you give us when we get there and we're through with the tiers? And unfortunately, the state doesn't give us the leadership and guidance in a time where the business people need to know so they can adjust and do the things that are necessary. And so it is frustrating, and it's tough for us in the county to be in this situation and not being able to give the answers that the business community needs so they can carry on with where we're going.
You have a few questions about the data shared in the rental assistance program. I just want to make sure I'm doing my math right. So it looks like we've spent right about $1 million, which is, if it's of those 309 applications, that averages out to just under $3,000 per application. But it says that there's 868 applications processed. Does that mean that there's 500 more that are waiting to be paid out, but they've been processed, or were those 500 that didn't qualify for some reason?
So it means that they have not been processed yet. I did not include in my numbers any information about ineligible applicants. Right now, we're seeing about a 98% eligibility rate of all of our applicants.
You said 98% eligible?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. So people should just keep applying. They're likely to be eligible.
Absolutely,
and then the
yeah.
other question I had was, for the total applications received, if I just do basic math of about 2,650 applications total, multiplied by the average payment assistance of $2,800, that still has me under $10 million. So I know we have quite a bit more available. Do we expect that we'll be able to fully expend these dollars And if not, is there anything that we need to be doing more aggressively to advertise the program or to let people know that these funds are available? I would hate to leave, tens of millions of dollars on the table when we know that there are people in our community who really have need and may just not know yet about the program.
Well, one thing I will say is that I do expect the average payment amount to go up as we continue to work through these applications. There's a really wide range of amounts that are owed by individuals who have applied. If we do continue to see this amount of payments going out and we continue to see a similar amount of applications trickling in each week, we may want to increase marketing and see what we can do about getting more applications in.
Great. And in terms of resources for United Way, do you have sufficient resources to be able to increase that outreach and marketing efforts?
I believe we do. Do you have anything to add to that, Katie?
I will say, just as far as our communications materials, we've done everything in English and Spanish, and then we've just also added marketing flyers in Tagalog and in Vietnamese, and we have a new request for Korean. So I think our outreach capability is strong, and as you can see from the numbers, there's sort of that processing lag. So we do want to make sure that we're also keeping pressure on the processing piece of it and supporting that, because at this point it becomes very frustrating for people who have applied and are still waiting. I'm sure all of us can help with more outreach, and we'll certainly come back to you if we have a more specific request. But that initial 2,600 to me shows that we got the word out. Now we need to just make sure we have the capacity to deliver at least on that first batch.
Yeah, and this is Lori Medina, and if I could just chime in that as this program has been ramping up, the state is also pushing out a lot of marketing, literature and commercials, and so you're going to start to see some stuff from the state. And so when people start to respond to the state outreach, they're going to be redirecting them back to us here locally. So that I do think we're going to see an increase in the kind of response we're getting from community from the combined efforts of us and the state.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yep, that's reassuring to hear. And if you do end up needing additional support or assistance, please do let us know so that we can make some small investments to bring in some large resources. Two other questions I had. One of them in follow-up to a comment that I made last week that isn't something that was presented today, but I do appreciate that the state has now been issuing more guidelines around how families who've been vaccinated can gather together, that if you're two families and both families have been vaccinated, then you can join together indoors for private events under certain circumstances. And one of the big gaps that I hear and see in that guidance is that it doesn't account for families who have children who haven't yet been eligible for vaccination. And I think that families and families with children are looking for clear guidance from the state, and in the absence of that are being left to have to guess and make their best determinations. So in the interest of being a voice for families in our community, I would like to ask the board to consider sending a letter to the state raising that concern, raising that issue that families are looking to the state for guidance and have not been provided that guidance as of yet. And then secondly, a second letter, and I think Supervisor Phillips raised the issue that our business community is still continuing to have very clear questions, and it isn't it's information that we need guidance from the state to address. So if there are clear and specific requests that we want to alert and go on record as saying, our business community needs the following information. Our business community needs to get clarification on the following items. I think that it would be appropriate for us as a county board to make clear what those concerns are and be a voice for our business community as well as our families. So that would be a request that I'm making of my colleagues to consider giving that direction to staff.
Would be a great idea, quite truthfully.
And I agree, Madam Chair, and also we find out that OSHA is always about 2 or 3 months behind, and that's really unfair, and they don't know what the new guidance are, so OSHA too.
Great. So I will take it. So those are my questions and comments for today. I thank you for the initial thoughts of support on sending 2 letters. I'll send it over to Supervisor Alejo for comments and questions on today's report. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to all our team and community partners at United Way on this. I know it's a lot of work and a lot to administer, and also just have the oversight to make sure that it's going to people who have who are truly behind on their rent. I know we have the budget was $28 million that we were allocated from the state to have this program. Is there a deadline for us to utilize it, or it will be reverted to the state, and how much have we utilized so far out of the 28 million?
So the deadline for the state portion of the grant is currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren or Lori, but my understanding is it's August 1st. But the federal portion is December 31st. So in terms of our percentage so far, I believe, I don't have the actual number of percentages, but we've so far been focusing on the federal portion because that was kind of what the state advised us to do, was to focus on the federal portion because those deadlines are a little bit more set in stone, whereas the state deadlines are more flexible. But it kind of goes back to Chair Root Askew's question related to marketing. I think if we continue to see kind of these low payment amounts, we want to make sure that we're ramping up marketing. One other thing I would add is that we are reporting on a weekly basis on not only spent funds, but also obligated funds to the state so that they understand not only what we've expended, but also what is owed by our applicants and what will be expended in the near future.
Yes, thank you for that. And just as another one of those things, perhaps a little advocacy, the state funds, if it's August 1st, then that we got June and July, and then so that's quickly approaching. And so certainly we should be trying to talk to our state legislators about trying to get that deadline to match at least match a federal one. So we have, they both are aligned at the same time, and we give our local partners more time to get that money out. We don't want money to be returned because some folks were not aware or didn't know how to draw that funding down to resolve their dilemma and back rent. Last question would be just, are we seeing landlords? I know in some other counties you're getting pushback by landlords who don't want to participate because of the 80% match. What's the word on the ground here?
Yeah, we are getting some pushback from landlords on not wanting to participate and accept the forgiving of the 20%, accept the 80%. I would say it's around 50-50. We're definitely getting a lot of positive response from landlords, and we at United Way have been putting some effort into outreach to landlords directly to inform them more about the program and what steps they need to follow in order to participate. But we have seen several residents have their back rent paid out at 25%. So it does depend on the situation, and we are seeing kind of a mixed response from landlords.
Thank you for that, Kelly. And that's just unfortunate because anyone who's dealt with landlord-tenant law will tell you it's a very difficult process. And even when a landlord wins an order, to collect the money, becomes a difficult thing. And it just seems that, it's surprising to hear that it would be as low as 50% that or 50-50 that would want to participate in, and when it seems like such a reasonable amount to
to at least get 80% guaranteed rather than having to spend money on court proceedings, then perhaps have a judgment that you cannot collect on if the tenant were to leave the property. Anyways, but thank you for that. And as just another action item, if we could also consider sending our letter to legislators to ask for more time on the state funding portion.
And just to that point, Supervisor Alejo, I just wanted to also let you know that, as we've been dealing with our technical assistance with our state partners around their deadlines, one of the interesting things that's going on in those conversations is that they have indicated some flexibility if we are talking through with them, where we are, what we anticipate to get. So, I mean, it is not an assurity. So I think that we can use the advocacy for through the legislature, but I will also say that the state has also indicated openness to work with us if, August 31st or August 1st for whatever reason, because we've ramped up or because we've had certain administrative processes that we've had to work through. They are in very close communication with us. So we are working with them on a very real-time basis about that too.
I'm just adding that because sometimes our state legislators are asking us, hey, what can we do? And those are like simple asks, right? And talking to the administration and the state agency key folks to be able to make those adjustments and not have us hopefully just have our fingers crossed and hope for the best come August 1st, but rather make it clear by action of the legislature and the governor that we are going to have that time guaranteed.
Thank you. And if I just may add to Supervisor Alejo, thank you so much for bringing that up. I do know that the American Rescue Plan Act did provide for some additional provisions over the Consolidated Appropriations Act. So all of those timelines are really guided by the federal funds, of which our state funds are a sub-allocation of. So it does look like we are getting some additional timeline, additional extension on that. We're just trying to maintain as aggressive a spending timelines as possible to ensure that we are spending out, but it does look like we're staying up to date with regular weekly office hours with the state to stay on track of where those timelines are, but it does look like they are providing some additional time on that.
Thank you, Laura.
Wonderful. So, and Supervisor Alejo, did you have any thoughts about the other two requests for letters? Are you comfortable with that?
I think I'm fine with those, yes.
Okay, fabulous. Supervisor Lopez, did you have any thoughts or comments to add, questions today?
No additional thoughts, Madam Chair.
Okay, and you're comfortable with the 3 letters that have been proposed?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I think we have some board direction.
So, Madam Chair, I'd appreciate if we had a motion on that, just so we have clarity for the record.
Okay, we're looking for a motion.
So moved. 3 letters.
Second.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a motion. Thank you, CAO McKee. We have a motion from Supervisor Phillips. We have a second from Supervisor Adams. We need to take this out to public comment. Is there any public comment on our COVID presentation today or the motion that's on the floor? We'll go out to Zoom. Hold on just a second. We'll go out to Zoom. I have John C. John, we'll give you permission to unmute yourself, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, we lost John C. Okay, we will move over to, okay, bear with us, technical difficulties. We will start with Janine. Janine, we've got 3 minutes on the clock for you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Can you hear me? All right. Chair Askew, thank you very much for having me, as well as the rest of the board. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Phillips and Adams for recommending the letter and for everybody agreeing to send that to the state. We would be happy to help with that. There's just a lot of challenges for us, as you all know, in terms of trying to get direction from the state. I know you equally are as frustrated with getting direction from the state, but it's at a critical time when the tourists are returning to our destination, and the fact that there's confusion on the mask, what the CDC is saying and what the state's saying. You know, what's that going to look like? Am I operating a hotel and I'm requiring a mask, or am I operating a restaurant? Am I requiring a mask? Am I not requiring a mask? Is there social distancing still going on, even though we can be open 100%? But anyway, my bottom line is we're here to work with you in any way. And we just want to say thank you for your support, and hopefully we'll get some better direction from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. All right, John, you're up next. We've got, you set it for public comment. We've got 3 minutes on the clock for John C. We lost you. John, you'll have to unmute. John, we're getting some background noise. I'm not sure we can hear you clearly. Right, John, we can't hear you.
Into record.
There's a phone number to call in. Maybe.
Hello, do you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. All right, please proceed.
Well, that's why I submitted a written public comment to be read into the record pursuant to the instruction. I submitted a written public comment to be
right, John,
read into the record. I do not want to speak on Zoom.
All right, maybe we can mute this and we'll do the written public comment.
Do you understand?
All right, we're going to go ahead and read the public comment into the record.
I do not want to speak on Zoom. I submitted a written public comment to be read.
Okay, we have the public comment and we are reading that into the record for the 3 minutes. Thank you.
I, John Conrick Code of Monterey County, submit the following less than 250 words comment to be read for item number 11. The new Nuremberg Code specifies that in medical experiments on human beings, the following certain basic principle must be observed in order to satisfy moral, ethical, and legal concepts. Number 1, the voluntary consent of human subject is absolutely essential. No one can illicitly be required to receive the experimental gene therapy, autoimmune condition, including infertility, causing an abortion-tainted COVID pseudo-vaccine. No one can illicitly be forced to take the Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, or Johnson & Johnson mRNA and viral vector experimental pseudo-vaccines. Anyone is entitled to refuse to receive these so-called vaccines on moral and ethical grounds due to the involvement of production or testing that includes the use of aborted fetal tissue, embryonic stem cells, which have never produced one positive result from any research or testing in the history of mankind. The fact that they use mRNA and viral vector technology, which is worrisome until these are proven, should convince you not to receive them. Government, school, or business forced mandatory COVID-19 vaccines, which are inadequately tested and suspect, contravene in the new Nuremberg Code, written after Nazi doctors were put on trial for performing their medical experimentation on concentration camp prisoners. I therefore ask that a motion be made that the following be placed on the agenda for May 18th, Board of Supervisors meeting. Number 1, the board write a letter to support for Kylie's bill AB 327, and number 2, amendment to add the board legislative platform their opposition to requiring vaccine verification in order to get goods and services.
Thank you for the public comment, and thank you for reading that in. And this is read in according to our public comment policy that's listed on our board agendas. And for anyone who does have questions about getting vaccinated, we do encourage you to reach out to your personal doctor, or if you have questions, we have hotlines at both all of our local hospitals and our clinics, so we can make sure we get you information that answers your personal questions. So we have a motion on the floor. We've accepted public comment. I'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips? Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. And that motion carries. Right. Thank you to all of our presenters today and for everyone who's out there doing work in the community to help us respond and recover to the COVID crisis and the economic fallout of that pandemic. Moving along to item number 12, which is receiving a status report on the county's annual spend for 2019-2020. And we have Mike Durr with us today, who's our contracts purchasing officer, and Jamie Ayala, our management analyst from contracts purchasing. I'll pass the microphone over to you, Mike. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew and board members. My name is Mike Durr, contracts purchasing officer for the county of Monterey. And can you see my screen okay?
We can.
All righty. Well, it's my pleasure to report to you. And then before I begin, I want to thank Jaime Ayala from the contracts purchasing team for his support and dedication in putting this report together for you all today. And I understand it's been a long day for you, so I'll try to go through this as quickly and as thoroughly and as efficient as I can for you all. What happened to my slide here? Okay, can you see the next slide?
Summary 2019-2020.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so in this slide here, this is a comparison spending from 2019-2020 to 2018-19. The first line is our procurement of goods and services. You'll see that we spent $462.9 million, which is a decrease of $70.5 million from 18-19. The second line is procurement within Monterey County. We had $124.6 million, a decrease of $51.7 million from 18-19. In fiscal year 19-20, with procurement within the Tri-County area, the Tri-County area being Monterey County, San Luis Obispo, and San Benito County, we had a total spend of $151.6 million with a decrease of $44.3 million. We did, however, see a small increase in our 19-20 over 18-19 in our purchasing from our disabled veterans, certified green and small local women and minority businesses. We saw an increase of $400,000. The next slide here is just a fiscal report showing you where our spend is in states, and that is where our payments go out to. This has not changed from 18-19. It's remained consistent with regards to where our vendors and suppliers are located. The next slide here is procurement totals by state. What I want to point out here to you is fiscal year 18-19. In California, we had a total spend of $403 million. In 19-20, we had $344 million with a decrease of $123.12 million. In Monterey County, we saw a decrease of almost $60 million with a 14.9% over 18-19 spend. Again, total by states continued. Our total spend in 18-19 was $533 million. In 19-20, it was $454 million. Again, a decrease from the previous year. This next slide shows you the procurement totals for California counties. Monterey County, we saw $123 million. Our percentage of spend in California for Monterey County is 36% out of the other counties within Monterey. Again, we saw a small decrease in spend again between 18-19 and 19-20. This pattern is something that we're continuing to see. The first part of last year and the second part of fiscal year 19-20, we've seen a reduction in total procurement documents being flown through contracts purchasing with a number of employees working from home and out of the office. We've seen a huge decrease in office supply costs and a few other areas. This next slide is a procurement totals by cities within Monterey County. We're showing you where the percentage of spend is happening. Salinas in 1819 was 195 million with 36%. In 1920 in Salinas, it was 65, almost 66 million. That was 19% of the total spend in Monterey County. Special note that these numbers are arrived from the office addresses and or payment zip codes that are registered by each individual vendor within our Advantage procurement system. Our local small WBE, MBE, DVBE vendor update. This year, we've added the nonprofit organization, NPO, to this report. This is the first time that we've done this. We thought it was important to show those nonprofits, especially within Monterey County, that our outreach is growing to and that we are increasing our business with. Again, this goes back to the first slide here, where we saw a 400,000 increase, and we believe that is from the nonprofits. And this is just for those items that flow through our Advantage procurement system, where actual PO documents are produced to show the procurement. This has nothing to do with state and federal grants that flow through other nonprofit agencies. Our solicitation process continues to follow our approved process. RFPs and RFQs are advertised within 3 local circulations. We also advertise on our webpage. This year, to assist with COVID, we've implemented handling proposals through an online electronic proposal system that we implemented last year just before COVID hit. And it really took impact during COVID and going forward. So we are seeing a move towards the electronic platform for the handling of electronic proposals. This next slide is just a recap of what we're doing with our local Monterey Bay Procurement Technical Assistance Center, PTAC. We are continuing to support and connect with them. We are anxiously awaiting the new hire and placement of their program director, and we'll continue our outreach with the new director once they come on board as well. Business types, you'll see the spreadsheet here shows from 2016, 17, 17, 18, all the way to 19, 20. We have seen a decrease of 364 registered businesses that fall under disabled veteran, certified, local, minority, nonprofit, small local and women business owned. We believe that has to do with the impacts of COVID and the number of small businesses that we have seen close completely or have reduced their services overall because of the impacts that COVID has had on their workforce. So tools utilized by contracts purchasing to encourage local spend. We continue to utilize countywide service master agreements that we put in place in central procurement to assist county departments with a more efficient and effective way to procure processes for procuring repetitive goods and services in an easy manner that has been competitively bid out in the local community. We also continue to utilize cooperative agreements. These have come into play more frequently this past year with COVID. We saw a huge need to find resources, PPE, where we could. Our local suppliers were not able to provide. They were out of stock. So we had to go to our cooperative national organizations to procure PPE. These came in pretty handy during the COVID initial response. Job order contracting continues to be utilized pretty heavily here in Monterey County. We've seen a total overall savings of 18.8 million since the program was implemented in 2013 with the projects that have taken place. Again, we've seen a slowdown here in job processing as well because of COVID. Surplus savings report for 2020. We're sorry to say we cannot give you a report this year on what we've saved through our surplus program with the reuse of county property, furniture, office furniture, equipment through the surplus program. That had taken a back seat as of early last March due to the surplus warehouse being turned into a full PPE central. We are not only providing COVID PPE, but also testing vaccination equipment to support vaccine sites and testing. Contracts purchasing, your contracts team has provided over 1,500 external Mohawk requests. Mohawk requests are PPE requests from local medical and care facilities in Monterey County. Those supplies came from the state. We were a pass-through and a mechanism to get that PPE out into those hands of those entities that needed it. We also have processed over 800 OES mission resource requests in response to emergencies like COVID, the 3 fires we had, and then the winter storm. CP has also been providing all of the requests for PPE and safety materials for all departments, along with setup and tear down of vaccine sites over the last, I would say, 6 months. And in closing, your CP team has been transformed into your county's logistics operations center since March of 2020. So I just want to give a shout out to the entire contracts purchasing team that has pulled together to do their regular duties, as well as step up to the plate and support the EOC through the logistics section. They've done a fantastic job along with other county volunteers, and the county family has really stepped up to help the EOC logistics as well. That is my report, and I'm open for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and big thank you to your entire team. You guys have really been there when we needed you this year in a big way, and we see and appreciate just every single one of the folks that you've got just jumping into action when the need is great. Colleagues, any comments or questions? Supervisor Adams.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. And Mike, I mean, you've been a very, very busy man for the last almost 20 months now. I know I've seen you, it seems like everywhere that I go, there you are doing something, always busy, busy, busy. And I just personally want to express my appreciation for so much of what you've done, not just for my district, obviously, but for the entire county. And I have just a couple of questions. One's curious, but one's, serious. The curious one is, what have you done with all of the other stuff? If we've got the surplus storage turned into PPE Central, I was just wondering where you've been able to stash everything else. I can tell you our office has benefited greatly from the bookcases and the desks and everything else. I'm just kind of curious where did you stash everything?
So
Not
we
like
have,
I'm going to come over and raid your stash or anything.
You're more than welcome to anytime. We have actually not accepted a whole lot from departments during COVID because we wanted to protect the environment here at 1488 Schilling, because this is where the EOC logistics team is residing. So we just kind of reduced the traffic flow and what we were accepting. Departments are still holding on to it, but they're working among themselves to kind of transport that between each other.
Okay, that's a great answer. And then this question is a more serious one, and it goes to the procurement totals. Yes. And I'm just really curious why Monterey County has such a significant share of the procurement totals in California. We've got essentially 37%. We're such a small portion of the state's population. I'm just wondering, how does that happen to be?
We have been doing our best to reach out to our small local businesses here in Monterey County. When we can and where we can, we try to drive that business locally. During this past half year of this report, with the COVID purchases, we were doing a lot of those purchases initially locally. So we were able to increase our spend locally because we needed to get the PPE, but other resources as well. And not to mention the increase in lodging, hotels, and our food vendors to support those housing programs and the alternate care shelters. All of that value included into this spend report for the second part.
Oh, that's pretty impressive, and I expect that had a positive impact on local business as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your work and for your answers to my questions.
And thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yes, Mike, I got to say that the contract purchasing office has really grown under your in a positive way under your leadership. So and we saw that firsthand when we saw what you set up at the various locations, King City, Salinas. You set up a whole city there at the Monterey Fairgrounds, which was truly impressive of what you're able to put together. So I just want to thank you for all your hard work and your whole department, especially during this time of crisis. So
thank you, sir. And I want to thank the entire board for their support as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Mike, I just want to thank you and Jaime for bringing this report back. I know we hadn't had it in a few years before last year, and I pushed pretty hard for us to get the update, and I appreciate the commitment to bringing it back annually is required in the county policy. So just want to appreciate the continued look, and I know that that's going to give us more opportunities to see year over year changes, and that's something I'm greatly appreciative of. So thanks for the efforts to you and Jaime.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question, or maybe just a moving forward a comment about the countywide master service agreement for language and translation and interpretation services. And I just know that as a individual department to procure an interpreter for constituent meetings, that the supervisor's offices are having to contract individually to make that happen. And I'm just wondering if there's things that we can do to make programs and services like that more readily available and easier, so that when we have departments who are looking to, have a community meeting, or if the sheriff is out doing community meetings, or if DSS is out doing outreach work, that it can be very easy and simple to have access to some of those programs and services that really do serve a larger county value and need.
Well, I'm going to make your life a lot easier because I got a great answer for that. In fact, we just had an RFP close for language translation services countywide for Monterey County. And I can see Valerie is shaking her head because she was on our evaluation team. We awarded, I think, 12 or 15 we have pending to come to your board for approval, contracts with 12 or 15 different providers of language translation services that can be used countywide by all county departments.
Well, fabulous. I should just keep asking these questions. What else have I got on my list here?
I try to be proactive.
No, thank you. And then I'll echo Supervisor Lopez's comments that, for communities to be able to see how the county is spending local dollars in Monterey County and in local businesses, it really it's important and it matters. And so the information is valuable to have made publicly available. So thank you for bringing it forward. I don't see any other hands raised. We'll take this out to public comment. Is there any public comment on our contract purchasing annual spend for 1920? Public comment. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I believe we are simply receiving this report, so I don't think any action is needed. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mike, and for your whole team.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, next up we have item number 13, which is to accept public comments and close the public comment period for the Monterey Urban County 21-22 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. I'd like to introduce and welcome Anastasia Wyatt, who's our Housing Program Manager, and Darby Marshall, our Redevelopment Housing Project Manager, to make a brief presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair Rudasky, Darby Marshall, Housing and Community Development. This is the 2021 Annual Action Plan for the Urban County. We have 4 actions for the board today. One is accepting the public comments and closing the public comment period that opened a month ago. Adopting and authorizing the Housing Program Manager to submit the annual work plan to HUD. Adopting and approving the subrecipient agreement templates that we use to bind the participating nonprofits and get them paid. And then authorizing the Housing Program Manager to execute the subrecipients with and any grant-related documents that are necessary from HUD. The Urban County is a consortium. It includes the cities of Del Rey, Gonzales, Greenfield, and Sand City. We had to form a consortium to meet the minimum population and the low moderate population requirements to become an entitlement jurisdiction under CDBG. The county annually issues a notice of funding availability in December, and we also hold a workshop at that time going over the application and how to apply. Consortium members, representatives from the consortium member cities sit and help us rate, rank, and score the public service applications. And then the Board of Supervisors Urban County Committee recommends funding of public services and public facilities to the full Board of Supervisors. This year, we received 10 applications for public services and 3 for public facilities. The 2021-22 grant is 1.34 million, and we are programming only $10,000 in program income. I want to point out that over the last 3 years, our entitlement grant amount has gone down, and so cumulatively over the last 3 years, we're at about 54,000 less than we had received. CDBG regulations also limit the amount of that grant that can be used for public services to 15% and 20% for general administration. Jumping back to public program income, that number, we are very conservative when we budget it. Over the past 7 years, that number has varied between $10,000 in 1 year and as high as $430,000. So we have potential swings, but that's all driven by external factors of nonprofits refinancing or homeowners selling their properties or refinancing and having to pay off our loans. The only activity that we have to fund is fair housing, and fair housing can come out of either the public service or the general administration caps. So these are the public service recommendations. We have Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley. They provide meal delivery services in South Monterey County, primarily using our funds. Rancho Cielo, where we fund counseling for their transitional housing program. The Central Coast YMCA, which provides youth activities programming at the Pajaro Park. Legal services for seniors, which provides a combination of fair housing and subsidized legal services for seniors. The Alliance on Aging, which is helping connect seniors with available services. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Monterey County, which provides youth leadership development programs with our funding in Gonzales. Girls Inc., which does much the same thing, but is targeted specifically at young women. And they provide those services in Castroville and Greenfield. And a new one this year is the Covia Foundation, which is a home match program that takes, you might say, a house poor person or a house rich person, but cash poor, and matches it with somebody who's looking for a room to rent. We did also receive applications from the Central Coast Center for Independent Living and the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity for Fair Housing. Central Coast Center for Independent Living, we scored. They just didn't make the cut with the available funding. And then Eden, which is a fair housing provider, we are going to fund out of the general administration cap, or recommend that it be funded out of general administration, so that we were able to fund the Covia Foundation. And this is the amended funding recommendation that we are putting forward. The public facility recommendation, the first order of business is a public works project in San Lucas for curb, gutter, sidewalks, and drainage. This is what the current condition is down there, and this is right in front of the San Lucas Elementary School. And I'm going to turn it over to the Director of Public Works, Parks, and Facilities to give you a brief overview on this project.
Thank you, Darby, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. The exhibit that you see before you is a
conceptual drawing showing the limits of work and what is proposed with pairing up limited road fund dollars with the CDBG grant funds. In the pink line work that represents the continuous pedestrian path that will then be provided for these constituents of San Lucas, extending along the length of San Benito Street, one of their main corridors, to both a park area and the school, as well as part of Teresa Street, which gives them access off of one of their main roads. The purple line work represents the pavement rehabilitation, which the road fund dollars will couple up with the CDBG grant fund dollars and provide a road treatment and resurfacing for the roads that have long gone untreated in the community of San Lucas. The bottom of the exhibit that you see represents a cross-section view showing you what you would see if you were a motorist or a pedestrian walking along the proposed sidewalk facility and see the swale/parking area to accommodate the drainage needs for the community. Next slide, please.
Okay, so we'll.
Very good. And then before I hand it back to Mr. Marshall from HCD, staff acknowledges that there was a question that came from the public that we'd like to address at this point in time. And the question from the member of the public was that there are Measure X dollars that the county has allocated to it, and that they would seek that the county use Measure X dollars for providing San Lucas in these project limits with the curb, gutter, and sidewalk as shown in the previous slide. And we want to take a moment to express that there are many needs throughout the county, and when it comes to the Measure X funding that the county, as well as others, had campaigned for during the 2016 year to campaign for the Measure X local self-help tax initiative, there were a number of projects that the county had campaigned for. Some of those which include portions of River Road, the Gloria, Iris, and Johnson Canyon Road, as well as community street repairs for the communities of Pajaro, Boranda, Chular, and Castroville. And currently, in this fiscal year, the county is engaged on that community street repair program in Castroville and has repaved almost the entire length of Cooper Street, one of the heavily traveled roads in Castroville. And as part of that project, the county replaced or rehabilitated the 88 curb returns, which provides for the sidewalk and pedestrian facilities in that region of Castroville. It is a program, and as a program, the county is going to continue along that program using those Measure X dollars for the balance of Castroville. And at this point, I will yield the floor to Mr. Marshall to continue the presentation.
Okay. So we do have two public facility backup projects that we would like to recommend for funding if additional funding becomes available. The first is North County Recreation and Parks District, which has requested up to $60,000 to perform ADA accessibility improvements to the recreation center in Castroville. They have some sidewalks and pavement that is in need of work. The second priority is the Veterans Transition Center. Requested up to $70,000 for updating HVAC systems at Hayes Park to bring more transitional and permanent housing online for veterans. The third priority would be if there was extra money after we funded those two, we would recommend putting it back into the San Lucas curb, gutter, and sidewalk project, and perhaps being able to put in additional sidewalks in that community if there was funding available. Right now, staff is forecasting that we will have sufficient funding for North County Rec and Parks and the Veterans Transition Center coming out from the county's 2021 general admin allocation. Right now it's trending that we're not going to need the full 20%, and that balance will have to go back into a public facility next year. So we now have projects where that money can readily roll when it's available July 1st. With that, I am ready. I will take any questions that the board or public has.
Great, thank you, Darby. Thank you, Randy. I will, I think, go to the committee that made these recommendations, Supervisor Phillips or Supervisor, I think it was Lopez. Do you want to get us started?
Yeah, I'll start off, but we worked pretty hard going through these and looking at everything. And I know we put a lot of money into the one thing that some question was raised: why did we put so much money into the San Lucas curb and gutter, and sidewalks? But I mean, this was right in front of the school. It was really needed, and we decided that rather than piecemealing and putting a little money in here and a little money there, putting a lot of money into one project really made more sense, especially when you take on a public works project. You have to do it with some degree of scale. So, and we try to balance going back. I know Chris Lopez and I both protect our districts pretty well, but we go back and swing. In 1 year, we'll have the major project in the north part of the county, and the next year we'll have it in the south county doing so. And that's the way Supervisor Lopez and I have been working on it, and that's the way Supervisor Salinas and I have worked on it. So we try to keep a good balance between the two jurisdictions. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Totally agree. This is really, when we looked at it, we put it through the equity lens, and the need in this community is real. And as hard as we've all fought for years to make sure that this project gets done, this is a major investment for such a small community whose only government is us here locally. And so this is a real opportunity to move the needle for this rural community. And, I wholeheartedly support the recommendation and know that it might seem heavy, but again, when you're going in to make change, you got to do it right. You got to fund. In my mind, it's still those kids' letters from my first week in office, making their one ask for sidewalks. And this is following through on that commitment to their needs as they've self-identified in a way that will change lives. And so I think that's the focus of these dollars for our low-income communities. And I am happy to support staff recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Alejo.
Well, I appreciate the projects and the work done by the committee, but certainly with CDBG funds, when we talk about equity, you should be also looking at other supervisorial districts, not just the north and the south here. So I just want to put that out there, that it should not be just rotating from one district to the other. Rather, there may be other needs that serve the disadvantaged communities that we could be investing. I know certainly I've been trying to ask for one little skate park and BMX pump track when District 1 doesn't get any road funds, doesn't get any parks funding each year. And so I hope at some point we could have an equitable proposal, at least for some of it, to be put to other districts' need as well. But I wholeheartedly, and Chris knows this very well, I very strongly support, investments in our disadvantaged communities, not only San Lucas, San Ardo, Pajaro, and Castroville, among others, because I know the need is there. When I was in the state assembly, my staff and I walked every street doing outreach in San Ardo and San Lucas, and the street conditions back then in 2011, 12, and 13, they were just appalling, completely neglected, no sidewalks, streets unpaved for many years, and even at nighttime lacking adequate street lighting. The community is pretty dark, and I think there's only one light that's lit up in San Lucas near, I think, a small convenience store. But so I just wanted to express my support that this is only a partial investment. If somebody brought up Measure X money, more should be used to do even more. This is only the top priority area for Little San Lucas, but this is something they should have had many years ago. So I want to be on record as supporting these and others that may come, because I do think these disadvantaged communities, I think when they see the groundbreaking of these projects, they'll say, finally, somebody's paying attention to us and giving us the resources we need to have some of just the basic necessities of their neighborhood. And so I look forward to other years to seeing those projects address the needs of all these communities as well. I think it's a right investment of money. The residents deserve it, and they waited for far too long. Thank you.
I had a question that I was going to ask, but honestly, it was about the criteria used by staff in Urban Standing Committee to determine the recommendations for funding. But honestly, the descriptions that I've heard from my colleagues about the situation in San Lucas, which I must say is a community that I visited once, but I don't know anything deeply about it. But just seeing the picture of the mess in front of a school, you know, you want kids to start off well. You know, you want them to have a great approach to life. And to enter a school where you've got to climb over a mud puddle and walk around pipes is not the way we should be raising our children in Monterey County. So I am fully supportive of this.
Adams. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the work that's gone in. I think this is one of those few opportunities where we have funding available to make real meaningful and deep investments. What an incredible story, Supervisor Lopez, to be able to tell these students you sent letters and it took a couple of years, but your voice has meaning and your voice has power, and keep using your voice to identify the things in your community that need attention and investment, and you can be the force for change. I just got goosebumps when you were describing those initial letters. The one question I do have, or the one request I guess I have for the committee in future years, would just be when I'm looking at the notice of funding availability process and the fact that essentially everyone who requested money got funded, I just want to make sure that we're doing a fair job of getting the word out and inviting organizations who have good projects to apply for these funds, making sure that it is public and available, and not just kind of a who knows who and do you get the personal invitation to submit the application. Not saying that that's what happens, but when so many of the projects that come in are all able to be funded, I know that we have many, many more good, meaningful, important things happening. And so just making that request to make sure we make it inclusive as much as possible in the future.
I think that's a good point. And I know I experience of some people say, well, we didn't know about this. And so we've been doing, I know Supervisor Lopez, he jumps out in front of all of us a lot faster than us old people can move. But I know I reached out to the Aromas Park that's been working on a park for 25 years and say, look, there may be some funding available in the future for this and other ones, but you're right. We have to do probably a better job of outreach than we've have in the past. So thank you.
Always room to keep doing more. So that would be my only. Yep. Sorry. Go ahead, Darby.
I'm sorry. Just to let you know what our process is. I have an email list of over 225 local nonprofits, or sometimes there's multiple folks within one nonprofit. But we do direct email out the NOFA to them, and I invite all the supervisors and the public, if you're part of a nonprofit, to send me the email addresses, and I will add you to the list. There are a couple of challenges with the CDBG
Darby,
money.
I think, Darby, not to interrupt, but I think we can offline from here for that part of the conversation. I know we've got a couple more items to get through. We've got people waiting. But I do just go on record. I'll make that request, and I think that we can move forward. I'd be happy to, I guess I'll take this out to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to share public comment on this item? We have one in the audience.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Peterson. I'm going to put my 8th Infantry Division hat on so I look a little bit more like a veteran. As I say, the Veterans Transition Center is a fabulous place. I read this morning they're taking over the Last Chance Mercantile out in the Marina dump. It's a great, you can safely send homeless veterans to Marina and they get taken care of. And anything that can be sent their way is sent to a good place. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for your comments and for spending the day with us here at our board chambers. It's nice to have company. Next up, I have Grant Leonard, who's on Zoom. So we'll give Grant permission to unmute and share your comments. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for letting me speak, and thank you for continuing this excellent program. I want to thank staff for all their hard work on it. I also want to say that I am the chair of the North County Recreation Park District Board. I also serve on TAMC's Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. So first of all, wholeheartedly agree with the need for safe routes to school and improving access in disadvantaged communities like San Lucas. It's a great project. I think all the projects that were applied for here are great and deserving of funding. So it's always difficult when you have good projects to choose between. My comments here are going to be first in favor of guaranteeing the funding for the rec center instead of as a backup project, but as a priority project. The North County Rec Center is the primary community center for Castroville, really the only community center. And we provide after-school programming, senior programming, adult programming, and we applied for an ADA access improvement. So it really is a very important project as well. We do serve over 1,000 clients a year. So at $60,000 for this project, it has an excellent cost-benefit ratio to it. So really look forward to, if we're backup funded, that's great, but would really appreciate the security of having a priority project here. Secondly, I'd like to speak in favor of Transition Center as well, Veterans Transition Center. I think they do an excellent job in serving our homeless veterans. And again, the $70,000 staff has recommended for a backup project would be money well spent. It's only 8% of the total infrastructure budget here. So again, a very good cost benefit ratio there and a way to help our homeless veterans. Finally, I'd like to thank Randy Ishii for addressing the comment about Measure X. I did have one specific question, which had to do with whether or not there's a reserve in funding available for Measure X. As I believe from my reading of the county's most recent Measure X audit, there is. And if there is a reserve, where's that reserve going? And could that reserve be used for matching funds for San Lucas? Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us and thank you for your comments, Grant. Next up, we have Kelly Morgantini. Kelly, we'll give you permission to unmute and allow you to share your thoughts. Kelly, you'll need to manually unmute on your side. We've given permission to unmute, but you've got to push the button.
There you go. I'm on my little telephone machine. Sorry about that.
Wonderful. We can
anyway,
hear you
I'm Kelly Morgantini. Great. And I'm speaking for legal services for seniors and actually for all of the nonprofits that the board is supporting. And just thanking you for the continued support that you give to legal services and our seniors of the community, and actually tying into Supervisor Lopez's district and Supervisor Alejo's comments on San Ardo. It's been an awful, an awful
Kelly, we've lost reception. We can't hear you. We're going to move on to Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Chair. I just wanted to say that me and some of the committee are pleased with the supervisor's comments about this this plan, and it's much needed. And like everyone said, Castro in particular, where I live, and I just want to express thanks, and that's it. Thank you
for joining our meeting. I think we're going to try one more time. Do we have Kelly with us?
Yes, we do. And I'm sorry, but I just wanted to say thank you. And I know I was saying thank you for all of the nonprofits uplifting what Supervisor Lopez is doing in his district, as well as the comments of Supervisor Alejo. Just this week, our legal services advocates and attorneys are talking about how we can start physically again, providing outreach to South County and to San Ardo and some of those other areas. So your support this way and in many other ways is very needed and very much appreciated. Just wanted to let you know we do appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you for taking the time to join us and share your public comment with us today. I don't see any other public comments, so we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board and be happy to entertain a motion. And I do see Supervisor Lopez's hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be the privilege of this term for me and my absolute honor to move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Alejo. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, and I think you can count on us all to be out there on those brand new sidewalks when they get debuted. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to our next item, which is item number 14. Receiving a report on the findings of the Cannabis Business Permit Fee Study and considering adoption of a resolution amending Article IE, IX, XVII, and XXI of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution to update fees for processing cannabis business permits. I'd like to introduce and welcome Joanne Iwamoto again today. Thank you for sticking with us all day today, and Jerry Wolf from MGT Consulting. Pass the microphone over to you, and just make sure the button's pushed and that you stand fairly close so that we can hear.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program. I'm here today to present the findings from the Cannabis Business Permit, and here with me today, as you stated, is Jerry Wolf from MGT Consulting. Also with me today is Norma Aceves and Miles Etchenik, who are cannabis analysts in the program and who are really the power behind the program with board reports, et cetera. And also with us is Kelly Donlin, our Deputy Counsel. In December of 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved or adopted a resolution to fund a cannabis business permit fee study with the intent to establish a fee to first reduce staff time required to process and issue cannabis business permits, and secondly, to create internal efficiencies across departments related to standard procedures. If adopted today, these amendments would take in effect no sooner than 30 days from the date of adoption. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Jerry Wolf, who will review the fee study process. And we do have a slide deck.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Jerry Wolf. I'm a director with MGT Consulting. We have an office in Sacramento, and we've done work with the county for many years, and with many cities and counties and state agencies in California. I'd like to walk you through the approach on the study. The county has an initial permit for cannabis licensing that is for growers, processors, and so on. The initial permit is valid for a year from the date of issuance and must be renewed annually on the anniversary date. So far, the program has issued 14 permits, and there are about 100 more in the queue for processing as initial permits. The office estimates that the annual volume would be between 120 and 150 permits. In our analysis, we used the number of 120 in our calculations. Joanne, next slide, please. There are two permits, and these are really deposits. They're not the absolute value of the permit. The initial permit is $4,653. The renewal permit is $1,069. There are 4 departments involved: the Cannabis Program Office, County Council, the Environmental Health Bureau in Health, and then Housing and Community Development. We interviewed the representatives in each of the departments in our data collection. Next slide, please. Okay. We looked at 3 types of costs. One, the actual staff time involved, and then the allocations of non-personnel related costs, and then finally the indirect costs allocated to each department in the annual central services cost allocation plan. So item 1 was the direct personnel time, the direct labor. What we did in each department, we interviewed staff and got their estimates of how long they spent to actually process each application, either a renewal or the initial permit. What we found was, and you see on the slide here, it was a total of about 31 hours for each initial permit. The departments also estimated that in total it would be about 23 hours in total to process each renewal permit when that occurred. The only difference in the time estimates between initial and renewal was from Environmental Health Bureau, where they estimated that it would take them about half the amount of time for each renewal permit. The other 3 departments, the amount of time for the initial and the renewal permits would be about the same. That accounts for the difference of about 8 hours between the 31 hours and the 23 between the 2 permits. We allocated non-staff costs, travel, meetings, general administrative costs, on the basis of direct labor in each department. Only a small portion of these not allocated non-staff costs made their way into the cost pool, if you will, because cannabis permit processing was just one service that provided in each of the 4 departments. They had other duties, and those other duties absorbed more of the vast majority of the costs. For the central service cost allocation plan, we followed the same process. Next slide, please. Across the 4 departments, the total costs we calculated to support the permit processing was $522,592. We divided that by the estimate of 120 permits, and we came up with a cost per permit, an average cost per permit of $4,355. There was a difference because of that 8-hour difference. There was a difference of between $4,910 for an initial permit versus $4,269 for each renewal permit. We're recommending that the county adopt an average permit for all permits of $4,355 and not differentiate between the initial permit and the renewal permit. Each permit would be charged a fee of $4,355. And that's a weighted average between the 2 types of permits. Next slide, please. During the project, we learned about the annual fee that is being charged to the county by the California Cannabis Authority. That fee of $280,000 is essentially derived as a percentage fee based on total retail sales in the county. The question was, who should bear that fee? If the fee were added to each of the permits, there would be an additional charge of $2,333, or 53.6% on top of the $4,355. That is a consideration for the county board as to how that fee is going to be paid, who is going to absorb that cost. There's also a research fee that private companies request documentation from the county. The recommendation is that be borne by the institution seeking the information. That cost would be $74. There's also a fee where a licensee modifies its permit mid-cycle because of possibly a change of ownership, change of location, or something. So there's a cost in the cannabis office, in the CAO's office, and that cost is estimated to be $1,070. Next slide, please. So we recommend that the county board adopt the average fee of $4,355, and that be collected at the time the application is made. This would be a deviation from the current process where the fees paid are really a deposit, and then there's a reconciliation at the end of the permit review process where additional fees may be collected, or a portion of that fee would be refunded to the applicant. We don't believe that is best practice, and all the departments involved at Monterey County stated that it's a tremendous timekeeping exercise to keep track of all of the time and effort associated with each individual permit. We believe best practice is to use an average fee and charge that fee in advance. Also, if a permit is denied, then the county may have expended a lot of effort and resources in processing that application, and there would be a refund. We believe that the entire fee should be collected at the time of application, regardless of the ultimate disposition of the application. We also recommend the county adopt the fee of $1,070 for processing the modifications and the $74 to process information requests. And we recommend that the county board of supervisors consider how it wants to treat the CCA fee. With that, I'm open to questions.
I think I'll pass it over to our Cannabis Committee members to start with comments and questions. Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Alejo?
None yet at this time.
Yeah, and this is Supervisor Lopez. I'll wait to hear back from the public. I know this was, something that we've been working on. I see Joanne standing at the podium, so I think it'd be appropriate to get some public input on the report at this point. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I do have some questions. Thank you very much for being here, Joanne. So I want to be sure that I understood things just clearly. So the $4,355 will no longer be called a deposit. It would be the one-time permit fee. So does that mean that there will not be a renewal?
There will be a renewal each year after the initial is approved.
And what will the cost for the renewal be?
It will be the same.
$4,355.
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask, I believe I heard Mr. Wolf say that this was based on retail sale, that the CCA, I guess that was. I'm not sure where it was that I made my little note, but that it was based on resale sales only. Is that the CCA fee?
Yes, so the CCA has an administrative fee, and it is composed of the number of transactions, but gross receipts. And I do believe that Mary Zeeb is on the call, and she could probably further answer questions related to CCA.
I think most of my questions actually is revolve around the CCA fee. So I don't know if maybe we should hear from the public before I just go right into that. Thank you.
What just, I agree that we ought to have a standard fee and ought to average fee and collect it right at the front. But I didn't understand how the initial fee and then the renewal fee are the same. I usually think of, well, they've done it, coming up here, we're just rubber stamping it, we're moving on. So I was thinking it was going to come in. The renewal fee would be half of the initial. Why is that?
So what we have found is that the renewal process takes almost as much time as the initial. And some of the factors that need to be considered is the change of ownership. A lot of the documents that are provided in the cannabis business permit have to do with the formation of the business. So if you have a change of ownership, if they add business types, there's just a number of factors that we have found since we have taken over the cannabis business permit process last year. That it really is not. It is not. It's not as you're describing. That it's just a renewal. In the industry right now, because things are changing and businesses change, so does the documentation. That's
not relevant right here, but is this accurate that after all this time we've only issued 14 and we still have 100 in the queue?
That is correct, Supervisor Phillips. We cannot approve a cannabis business permit until the land use permit has been approved.
Turned out to be a very labor-intense industry to. Thank you.
I think we'll take it out to public comment then and start. Do we have anyone in the audience who's been waiting for public comment? I'd be happy to welcome you up first. None, I'll take it out to our Zoom colleagues here. So Jennifer Rosenthal, thank you for joining us today. We have 3 minutes on the clock. You'll need to manually unmute yourself.
Thank you, Supervisors. This is Jennifer Rosenthal. I am a cannabis attorney locally, and I am the Vice President of Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. And with specific to this agenda item, I'd like to address 2 points specifically to CCA. As an industry representative, I would like the board to know that the industry is not supportive of CCA. Not only does it require duplicative data importing, it requires additional staff. It's very labor intensive. We as an industry haven't really seen any data that it has produced to support the additional costs that the county is incurring for this this agency, and the notion that the operators are going to be charged an additional over $2,000 a year to be a part of CCA is not supported by the industry. Also, I think it's important to note that the renewal fee being the same price as the additional cannabis business permit is unfounded as well, since there's only been 14 issued to date. The scrutiny that we're under to submit these and the information that needs to be provided, it could be streamlined a little better, and the fee should not be the same the second time around, as was noticed by Supervisor Phillips. So those are my points to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Roach. We'll give you permission to unmute yourself. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Bob Roach, also with MCCIA. And first, I'd like to commend the health department for their work with the cannabis industry. I mean, although the obligations they place on the businesses are significant, they've been, they're always very clear with their direction and they're consistent. And it makes a lot of sense to me too that the renewal should not be as much as the original application. However, our members feel that no portion of the county CCA fees should be added to the cannabis business license fee. If this were a land use fee, you couldn't do that. It's prohibited by law. A permit fee should be limited to the amount necessary to issue a permit. That's what's fair. The operators support the CCA by providing extra data required at their expense. It doesn't do anything for them, and it's primarily an enforcement tool. I understand that the enforcement agencies need a tool like this, but it should be funded through the cannabis taxes with the rest of the $5 million plus county regulatory program. But the cost of CCA is unexpected and it's significant, and we don't know really what the value of the benefits are that it provides. I fear that the extent the county places the burden of the CCA fees on the industry, the motivation of the county to reduce the costs is lessened. CCA members feel strongly it's a necessary tool for regulatory enforcement. If that's true, then other agencies should be joining, and none have come on. Although they've been marketing aggressively, they haven't gained any new members. Santa Barbara hasn't come on. Humboldt's not getting data. I really think they made a bad deal with a vendor, and that the costs of these things are going to be out of control. I understand that the regulators need a tool, but I'm not sure that this is the right tool. And to the extent you keep asking the industry to fund it, you're going to keep getting pushback. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Aaron Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Aaron Johnson on behalf of my clients and Coastal Growers Association. Whenever we impose or consider a fee, tax, or other action related to the cannabis program, I think that we need to really ask ourselves, does it benefit the county and the industry as a whole? I think we have to keep in mind that we have a surplus when it comes to this tax. We have roughly 20 million that comes in, and it costs the program about 5 million to run it. So we've got a pretty good margin there that we should be working with on either items like this or others. But going back to that question, will it better serve the industry, those who support the industry, like local banks, local electricians, and service providers? I think we have to ask and have a little more robust discussion when it comes to this particular issue with CCA. We have had, from my recollection, one meeting where CCA was in attendance with the industry. We raised a lot of questions. We invited them to talk with us, and that was, if my recollection serves me well, over a year ago. And we haven't heard much since. We've heard a few things coming out in the last week that are a little disturbing in terms of the cost to run the program and who's really going to be paying for it. And all appearances show that CCA intends to have the participants, the industry, pay for this one way or another, whether it's crammed down their throats through the banks or and requiring banks to use their software or other questions that we have. So what we'd really like to see is a little more dialogue with CCA, if that's the direction we're headed. But again, the industry, as we've said from the start, is against the use of this technology. At the moment, we've had concerns with data mining and selling that data. We've had concerns with the reasons why it's there. And from what we can tell, it does not benefit the industry. It's duplicative, and it doesn't benefit financial institutions that we've seen. I've talked to a couple of banks, and there's no real benefit to them when there's other software that they can use in conjunction with metrics. So the only benefit is really the enforcement tool, as I understand it, and I don't think that should be paid by the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Next up, we have Ricardo Diaz.
Thank you again. Wanted to comment on this because it pertains to a few different subjects on the monies used, including the cannabis tax that we all, like want to get monies from, or we want to try to get money from the fund. Keep that in mind. I was against the legalization of recreational use in the first place. The state wasn't ready. Some people were ready. It's just the mainstream people were not ready. It put a lot of people that are doing medical out of business. And I agree with this thing being proposed today. There's a lot of fees not being paid. There's a lot of taxes not being paid. It's just sitting there. I get what they're saying about it's a hassle. It's a long-term process that they shouldn't be having to do when it's just pay the 4,000 whatever. And with all those things they had said about different owners and changing of businesses and the bills running up and not paying taxes, there's so much product out there and so much growers and so much. How's the prices in the dispensary so much? I mean, I know that basically I'm for taxing them and doing this process for all the supervisors. I hope you make this go or whatever.
Thank you, Ricardo, for your comments today. Next up, we have Michelle Hackett. Michelle will give you permission to unmute yourself, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you so much for your time. My name is Michelle Hackett. I'm the president of Riverview Farms, which is a vertically integrated cannabis operation here in Monterey County. I'm also on the board of MCCIA as well. And in conjunction with what Jennifer Rosenthal, Bob Roach, and Aaron have discussed, in regards to CCA, there are several concerns that we as the industry would like to bring forth. And the first and most challenging is the duplication of work that Metric is already required. Of the 58 counties in Monterey County is one of the 6 participating counties. And from what I understand, we're the only county being taxed and forced to pay for this program. In addition to that, we as owner operators are very well versed in the Metric system and are happy to provide the county, the inspectors, the Monterey County Cannabis Program access to Metric, prepare reports prior to inspection, give them access as much as needed. We're here to work with our Monterey County Cannabis Program, and I think we've made huge strides over the last 90 days with our industry meetings that have been extremely productive and helpful. And so, my question to the board is simply, who is CCA serving? Why is there a need for us to do duplicate work? We have the data through Metric. We can pull them through CSV files and print them. We can email them. Whatever data is needed, we are happy to provide you. We are working together better than ever. And I just don't see the need for cannabis cultivators to be taxed additionally for CCA when it's already coming out of the millions of dollars we're paying in taxation. As of recent, we've been hearing CCA quite a bit, and we are all just wondering, what is CCA serving? What data is the industry, needing to provide? Because we're happy to work with you guys in conjunction to make sure you have all the necessary information you need. And what we would like is to eliminate the program altogether, as it's not serving the industry, and I don't believe it's serving the county unless they are getting reports and things behind the scenes that we as an industry are not aware of. I think we've put over 300,000 into this program, and I've yet to see anything from it. So I think that money could be much better spent the sheriff's office, Monterey County, RMA. There's so many other avenues that I think would really benefit from the funds that have already been allocated. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Joey Espinoza. Joey, we'll give you permission to unmute. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Joey Espinosa with Coastal Growers Association and working with several farms. I don't want to speak about CCA too much because I think it's been pretty well covered. I would just say that to give the supervisors a little bit more understanding, one of the challenges with CCA is that we have to provide a report every month of every single transfer that takes place. And a transfer can be if I'm moving plants from my nursery greenhouse into my cultivation greenhouse, if I'm moving plants from my cultivation to my processing, and then taking it from the processing to a distributor. So every single time that happens, we have it recorded in metric automatically, but we have to take a Excel spreadsheet and put that in a spreadsheet and show them every transfer that happens, who's going to, and then provide any money that's associated with the transfer. And the reason we say it's duplicative is because it's all recorded in metric already. And so to do it again and have to create a spreadsheet and then also have to go back and see what prices may be associated with it is very time consuming. And it's somewhat frustrating from our perspective because back in the day when we had HDL come in and we helped set up these taxes, one of the pros of a square footage tax was that it would allow the county to essentially easier track that they're getting the tax dollars that they deserve. And so them going out there and measuring canopy seemed to be a much easier process than having to go after people with audits more often if you were to go a gross receipts route, for example. But what we have is a square footage tax that we're paying, and we're essentially having like micro audits every month for the county to, I guess, understand and see what kind of transfers are happening, what money is associated with it. And that side of it is frustrating because it's like, well, you know, you're already getting the square footage tax. So to some degree, I don't know why it matters what something's being sold for if the square footage tax is already being paid. So that's just a little bit more context to maybe help understand why it is frustrating. And we definitely don't want to pay for CCA through the business permit fee. The other side of it was I appreciate Supervisor Phillips bringing up that question. I was thinking the exact same thing. I would hope that we can have an initial fee and a renewal fee that is a little bit less because I do agree that typically it's going to be a fairly straightforward process. It's going to be a lot of the same information when you're processing the application. Also in the proposal in the board report, I see that they're proposing $1,070 fee for any modification. So it seems that when we're talking about business owner changes or we're talking about changing our square footage, it looks like that's going to be covered with this modification fee. So when it comes time to renewal, I'm not sure what would be different that wasn't already covered in a modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ankur Fano, followed by Janet Louie. Permission to unmute, and we have 3 minutes on the clock. For Ankur, A-N-K-E-R, Fano. All right, we'll move right along to Janet Louie. Janet, we have given you permission to unmute. Thank you for joining us. So we'll start with Janet Louie and then move on to Ankur Fano.
Hi, this is Janet Louie. I actually do have my permits and I'm coming up on renewals. So this is a concern for me. As Joey also explained, the process has become easier, not only because I'm more familiar with what's going on. The last few months of the cannabis program, having the monthly meetings has been very insightful. And I think a lot of us cultivators are more willing to speak out and explain some of the frustrations we might have had with the county in the past and ongoing. I want to say that I believe the renewal process is going much smoother, much more understanding. I don't believe that it should be duplicate in cost. And one thing I would like to point out is that once the permit is issued, I'd say 9 months in, we're asked to start our renewal process, which is exactly 90 days before the next time around. So it does go fast, and I'm asking if it's necessary to renew annually, or can they extend that period that we have when we get the permits? I also want to comment that CCA has had to deal with all the metric delays, all the issues that we've had twice now, ongoing now. We're having had horrible metric delays. And you can imagine their third-party software has had to spend hours and hours of time as we have had to be connected to our metric data. It's going to probably keep going since metric is expanding in other states quite rapidly right now. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Next up, we have Ankur Fano.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry
Thanks
about
for your
that.
patience getting connected. Yep, we're good.
Anchor Fano, President and CEO of Pacific Valley Bank. I first want to respond to a couple of comments earlier that were made and be very clear that the banking industry does not need the CCA data at all. In fact, Pacific Valley Bank has been running a successful program for the last 2 years without the use of the CCA data. We do find metric valuable and would encourage the county to build an API to gather the metric data instead of relying on the CCA data. The metric data is much more valuable. I also wanted to raise a concern that I have in researching the CCA and their budget for 2020. Their total expense budget was $341,000. Based on conversations, I haven't been able to validate this, but it looked like Monterey County footed the entire bill for the CCA last year and is poised to do that again this year. And my question is, there are only 6 of the 58 counties that are chose to sign up with the CCA. And why aren't the other 5 counties, if I have my data right, paying their fair share of the CCA bill? And it also begs the question of why 52 of the 58 counties in California were refused to join the CCA. If we levy another tax through this $2,300 for CCA, it just goes on to make us less competitive in the cannabis industry in Monterey County. And what I hear that other counties like Santa Cruz are looking to poach the cannabis industry that is in Monterey County and very valuable to Monterey County from a tax purpose. So just ask that the county and the supervisors look at the way that we're treating the cannabis industry, and let's do everything we can to keep them in Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your comments. I don't see any additional hands raised for public comment, so I'll do one final call for public comment on this item, and then we will close public comment, and I'll bring it back to my colleagues on the board. Right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Janet brought up a point that I hadn't thought about there. Janet Louie mentioned perhaps extending the period for renewal. Can I ask staff, is there a reason that we can't do a 2-year permit, making every renewal a 2-year permit, thereby cutting the cost in half for renewal?
Currently, that's the way Chapter 7.9 is written, and that's the way it was developed based on, at the time they developed the cannabis business permit process and concept. There would be an annual permit and then a renewal, but it's certainly something that the staff can consider.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for me. And after having listened to the comments, I know that I've been a constant stickler on the question of the CCA, and my position has not changed over the years, and with my concerns in terms of especially how the fee is assessed. And so I'm not supportive of passing through that cost, as I just do not support the continuing the CCA here in Monterey County. Now, that came up last year in our budget process and we didn't fund it. There were some of those excess revenues from the contingency that were used to cover the cost for this year, given the fact that we had used it. But again, that's kind of what led to the question earlier about the end authority on that contingency fund that this board voted on. So at this point, I would like to see us go and create a 2-year renewal process. At that cost would be fine to me, meaning that essentially it's a 50% cost and I'm not supportive of the CCA pass through at this point. And that's just where I sit today. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve staff's recommendation, but the recommendation from the Cannabis Committee was not to pass on the CCA cost to as part of the fee structure here. I think we knew that was a controversial issue among the industry and stakeholders, and I respect everybody's opinion on it. But staff have repeatedly explained that it's a valuable tool for them, so I think that should be part of our cost of properly administrating and oversight of the industry on an annual basis. But removing that part out, I think I'm okay to move forward and make the motion approve staff's recommendation, which was vetted through our Cannabis Committee. The 2-year permit proposal didn't come up during our Cannabis Committee, but perhaps that's something that we could consider for next year as we're embarking on this new fiscal year. Need to make a determination, and we just haven't got to that point where to see what does that mean financially to our cost of administering this program. But certainly for next year, that may be something that we could put in the queue to consider next year at this time.
Supervisor Adams, did you?
Thank you. I have some comments that I'd like to make. We've been talking about this for many, many years, that this is still a new business. It's an emerging business, and it remains an emerging business. The simple fact that we have so few applications and permits done shows that we are still in its nascent stage. I totally agree with Supervisor Lopez that we should take a look at doing a 2-year permit. I also think that unless there is a change of ownership, if everything is going along just as it was, I don't see the need to even, bring people back to do another request, the annual request for the renewal. So if we did it for 2 years, I think that's a great idea, but I question whether or not we need to continue to charge the $43.55 for 2 years. I think, that's a lot of money for people who are just barely eking out a living. One of the things I'm conscious of just from talking to people is how much people have suffered this year through COVID, through the various issues that people had to go through with the floods and the rains and all of the other issues that we have faced this year. So I'm conscious of what it is that we're charging people up front. I'm very conscious of that. I think that it was Supervisor Lopez, but also Joey Espinoza, who made the comment about we need to take another look at what we're doing as far as the cost of renewals. So I think that's something that we really have to look at, and I think we have the opportunity to do these things now. This is the time to do it, not put it off for a year. I think now is the time that we need to do this. I have some thoughts about the CCA as well, and I learned a lot listening to the various people who are in the industry who are experiencing a lot of the heartbreak of what they have to go through to be able to comply with all of the rules and the laws that we have. And I know, of course, currently we do not charge the businesses for the applicants for the CCA fees, and I strongly object to our doing that. They do not need more fees and taxes put on them. We should be opening doors so that they can allow their businesses to flourish, because I think we're leaving money on the table every year by not being able to accommodate our industry, this emerging, flourishing business, to do better. Looking at the fees for the CCA, I see that in fiscal year 19 we paid $18,261 for the CCA fees. Fiscal year 20, $109,973. Projected for this year, $254,339, and projected for fiscal year 22, $272,842. That is a lot of money for Monterey County to be paying in dues for a program that sounds like it's not providing what at least the businesses need for this. I'm just curious what the other, I think it's 5 counties, there are just 6 of us who are in. I'm curious what they are paying as well. I think that's a number that we should be conscious of before we continue to put this amount of money, in. I had originally thought that we should just have the CCA paid for out of the administrative fees that we charge against the program. That made sense to me until I started hearing that, what are we actually getting out of this? If we're hearing from the bankers as well as the industry that they are not benefiting from CCA, that it tends to be duplicative, and that there's a different software that they're using that tends to be better for them, I think that's something that we really have a responsibility to look at. I'm conscious of how difficult this is, and I just feel like we should be thinking about a way that we can get out of CCA gracefully. And I know that this is a very difficult thing for us to discuss because it's close to the hearts of some of the people in our county. But, I'm just wondering, and I don't know if this is the time to get into these questions, but the questions that I have are, example, what do the other counties or the other 5 counties contributing to the overall operating cost of CCA? What is its current budget? If we were not participating in it, what would we do? What are the benefits of our participation in CCA? How does it benefit the business owners? And what is the purpose of it? What are the services that CCA provides to its members, like Monterey County? So where I'm going with all of this, quite frankly, because I do feel that there are so many things that are undetermined about it, my hope is that we can bifurcate the business that we have at hand today, move forward, if we can, on agreement on what we want to do with the fees, and do not make the decision on CCA today until we get, example, the questions that I was just asking answered, so that we can make a determination on whether it truly is to our benefit, to our $280,000 annually benefit to participate. So I think I would like to make a substitute motion that we do that we bifurcate the issues that we have today. We can make a determination on the fees, but that we defer making any determination on CCA today. So that's the motion that I would like to make now.
As a point of clarification, the staff recommendation, as I understand it, does not involve a recommendation on CCA. So we're only being asked right now to consider the fees, if I'm understanding.
So,
and the staff recommendation would be to adopt the single fee of $4,355 for the initial or renewal of cannabis business permit, the adoption of the modification fee of $1,070 for each modification request, the adoption of a research fee of $74 for requests for information regarding individual commercial cannabis business. We have that. Can we put that back up on the slide just so we can be really clear about what the staff recommendation is? I'll just add that it does sound like there's quite a bit of additional conversation regarding the CCA, and I do see Mary Zeeb here on the line, so we'll get some input from Mary. But as we're, I think, referring, so the motion that is on the table, as I understand it, that has not been seconded by Supervisor Alejo, does not reference CCA at all. It only recommends the adoption of the those 3 fees as.
We haven't called for a second on the original motion, Madam Chair.
Right, you don't have a second there. So that's another reason
We haven't asked for one.
Yeah. So does that clarify
it does.
What we're talking about?
Right. I just am so conscious of the whole brouhaha around the CCA, and I know that we were talking about whether or not we were going to be charging the members the fee to be in the CCA, and I thought that was included in the information that we were supposed to be talking about today, right? And the staff recommendation is that we do not charge the applicant. Sorry. Was there any comment, were we doing anything about charging the CCA fees to the applicant today?
Hey, Miki, do you want to chime in?
Well,
or we'll go to Joanne and then okay, perfect. Joanne Yamamoto, would you like to help us get really clear?
Okay,
I'm sorry if I'm muddying up this.
No, you're not. So, Chair Eskew, so you are correct. What is in the board report that we are recommending is the annual, the renewal, the modification, and the research fee. But we were asking for consideration from the full board on the CCA item.
My understanding, so the CCA was not referenced in the board report or the recommendation on the agenda.
Correct. The CCA portion is referred to in the study that was conducted.
Okay, and so that's being presented now, but even though it wasn't presented, I don't know that we can take action on that today because we didn't have any notice to the public that we were talking about that. Thank you, Kelly Donlin.
Kelly Donlin, County Counsel's Office. Good to see you all in person. I just want to be very clear. The draft resolution in front of you does not include the CCA fee. So I just want to be clear. And as far as consideration of the CCA in general, we can come back and discuss that with the board to Supervisor Adams' points to provide more information. But what's before you does not include the CCA fee.
Thank you so much. So then I need to modify my comments. So, and I know there's a motion on the floor, but I would like to have these thoughts considered. And that there's just a motion without a second on the floor. And that is that that we really take a look at the fees. I believe that we need to look at the modification fee that has been proposed. I think it was $1,070 something for the modification fee, and that be viewed as the renewal fee. So the modification fee becomes the renewal fee. It's only once. If they have a modification, they need to go through the process to get their renewal. But the charge for that will only be the $1,070. We can keep the $4,355 for the original permit, but the renewal permit is only the renewal permit will only have a cost to it when there is a modification. So my hope is we would be able to have a 2-year renewal, and then unless there's been a modification, if there's been a change of ownership or any other kind of modification, then you can charge the $1,070. But as far as ongoing, unless there is a significant change, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be charging $4,355. There's been no change, and people just are simply renewing.
So I'm going to hear, since we don't have a second, I don't think we can take on the first motion, which was staff recommendation. I don't know that I can take a second substitute motion yet, but I hear what you're suggesting.
What I'm asking for, yeah.
Yep. Can I take it to Phillips, and then we'll bring it back over?
I was thinking the same thing that Louis brought up, the thing of a 2-year. Me and Lopez kind of picked up on that too. I think that makes sense, but because we've decided that we're going to have 5 different branches of government that do this, same thing with what we're doing with environmental health, and then we're passing along that to the people, and then we're taxing them to boot. So I think we're over taxing them, and I agree that the CA issue, we first got into that, we thought everybody was going to be in that throughout the state. So that is an issue that I think we ought to talk about down the road a little bit, because it was asking for esteemed leader here, what's to refresh my memory about CCA. So I'm not really prepared on that, but I think something that your renewal shouldn't be the same amount, and I think we figure out some way to go to a 2-year process to Supervisor Adams or Lopez are smart enough to figure out what to.
Kelly, thank you.
Through the chair, I also wanted to be clear, if we were to make, Joanne already said this, but I'm going to restate it, if we are to make the permit a 2-year permit and not annual, we would have to amend Chapter 790, which requires 2 readings. And it also needs to be thought through because the cannabis tax is based on the permit, which is annual, and it's an annual tax. So I want to make sure that it needs to be fully thought through before we make that change.
Great. So I have a couple questions, and then we'll work our way through. And I do want to give our tax collector, Mary Zeeb, a chance to weigh in with us. So we did a study. We did our fee study, and the 2-year process was not considered in that fee study. Okay. So what is the timeline for adopting the recommendations of a fee study?
So if I could just explain. So the way this was first began is that it was a deposit, and we go back 3 years. And the RMA at that time had oversight over the cannabis business permit, and they were taking in the deposits. In probably April or May of 2020, the whole process was transferred over to the program. With that being said, we didn't realize that none of the permits had been reconciled, meaning that the staff time was not collected, et cetera. So on top of that, we also required all of the industry, because the land use permit was taking a bit long, to submit a cannabis business permit application and make that deposit. So those monies are sitting in a deposit account, and they need to be reconciled. In fact, a portion of the money, and we will be going to the Cannabis Committee with a report on the restricted fund balance, because the money sat there for some time. The money was then transferred to this restricted fund balance, part of it. So we can't even touch that money. So it has become a very complex, very time-intensive process. And that is the reason that we came to the board to say we really need to have a fee study. So as I do understand that number, $4,355, is a lot of money. That is based on the time it takes the staff to review, and there are 4 departments. If I could just share something about the modification. Just as Kelly said, the cannabis tax is based on what the permittee states that they are going to cultivate, as an example. So you're locked in for the year. Last year, the board approved that they would allow 1 modification to the cultivation square footage per year, and 3 additional modifications. For example, if you wanted to add processing, or if you wanted to change a business type, you could do that. And the program has done that, but I will tell you that it takes a tremendous amount of time to make the modification, because you have to ensure that they are compliant, that they don't have a code enforcement case, that they're current on their taxes, that they've submitted all the information that's required for environmental health, that they've complied with fire. And then we can approve that modification if the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office also agrees. So in the study, we talked about that. We talked about the time. We talked about the fact that the program does not have any overhead costs. We don't have a function for that. And so that came into the discussion of the fee study. So the modification is actually something very separate than just this cannabis business permit. And it's not as, we thought it was an easy process. It's just a business permit, but it is very complex. The application itself, it has 16 sections. So that is the reason why, when you see the numbers of how long it takes, we have a dedicated staff person that is solely his job, is to take in, review, and work with every department and work with the applicant to get that application forward. So I just wanted to differentiate between what that modification really is.
Right. I'm going to bring it back around to Supervisor Lopez and then Supervisor Alejo. It looks like Mary Zeeb dropped off, so since we're not talking about CCA right now, we're only talking about the 3 fees that were included in the staff report. So we'll take it to Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, can I ask a quick question here? In terms of how many permits are we talking about, Joanne?
Right now, we have approximately 115 businesses.
Who would have to pay this $4,355 renewal?
I'm sorry?
That would
I didn't-
have to pay
you
this
repeat.
renewal?
Yes, I mean, for the annual, for the initial or for a renewal, that's what we're proposing. Right now, they're paying a deposit, and then it's reconciled among the departments, and I will be honest with you, some of the fees were much higher. It was determined by really the complexity of the application and the number of hours per staff.
Right, but if they haven't been issued their permit, are they applying for a renewal? I guess that's my question. Are we talking about the 14 right now, or are we talking about all 100 and whatever?
Well, all the 98 that haven't been that have not received their initial CNB, they have paid a deposit, and we have to work through that first before this standard fee will even take into effect. For anyone who does, let's say the board approves this, if you were to apply for a new application or a renewal after June 15th, you would pay that fee. You would no longer pay a deposit. And then what happens after, sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask another question about process. In terms of the motions on the floor, am I allowed to make a motion since neither motion has been seconded?
We haven't had a second to any motion that's been made, so
Okay.
I defer to County Council for guidance on this, but I believe that you can still make a motion at this point.
That is
Okay,
correct.
so-
There's no second on either the initial or substitute motion, so a different motion would be in order.
All right, so
Okay,
Chris,
so-
you're free to make a motion.
I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and allow the initial application fee to remain the $4,355, but the renewal is going to be half of that cost, whatever that is, $2,100 and something dollars. And so essentially that's our commitment to show that we're going to work towards a 2-year to figure out what that looks like. So again, the motion is initial application, $4,355. The renewal is half of that cost. We're leaving the fee for the modification with $1,070 and the research fee for $74, but not the CCA fee. That would be a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have
I
a
beat you, Luis.
motion from Supervisor Lopez to, let me get this right, so to keep the initial, the initial single fee at $4,355, to have the renewal fee be at half of that amount with a commitment to review moving to a 2-year process. The modification fee of $1,070 for each modification, and the research fee of $74, leaving out any reference to CCA. Did I get that right, Supervisor?
Correct. And I just want to state on the record, my concern with that CCA number is also that it does not take into account the cost to the businesses to input the data when metric is not available. So I know we've beat that dead horse, but just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, and we had a second, I believe, from Phillips, but I heard a lot of noise there. So if that works for everyone, okay.
Chair, could I ask for a clarification? There's a sub-bullet under the initial fee that talks about retaining an option of imposing a higher fee in unusual cases. Motion
Intent would be to leave that.
And that's okay.
The
with-
intent
okay,
is
our
to allow
second.
it to remain. Correct.
Perfect. Okay, and that's good with
I'm
our
good with
second
that.
as well. Okay, goodness gracious. So we now have a motion and a second that we're working with. So I'll bring it back over to. I'm sorry. Let's go to Supervisor Luis Alejo because I missed you. But after we'll go to you next. Thank you.
That's okay. It happens. But I did want to say just my reservation, having been in politics for a long time, it's when this kind of last minute changes is off the cuff. And when you cut fees in half or you move to a 2-year, there's a cost to that. The staff make their annual administrative costs, permitting, staffing costs based on these fees. And if there's these proposals, it's better when they come up to the earlier policy committee so we could do staff and us as policymakers could do a thorough vetting of what those cost implications are, because whatever shortfall comes of this of reducing the fees, staff will come back to have us make that up in another way, because the costs don't go away. So it's always nice to want to just, hey, let's reduce this fee or that fee, but the costs don't go away. So we're going to have to be able to make that up in another method. And so I could just project in the future, they're going to come with a budget shortfall, asking for funds from the cannabis fund. So basically we're now further subsidizing money that could otherwise go to other important programs that our community asked for. But I kind of heard everybody's opinions. I kind of see where it's at. So I know where this is going. So I'm going to be supportive of the motion. But I wonder if staff could answer the question, what cost implications might this have by making that reduction, and what will we expect staff coming to the full board asking to make up in fees that were not collected to be able to do its work. And I'm glad that we just recognize that it is staff, it is intensive work. And I hope that as a board, we continue to provide a thorough oversight and take into account our staff's professional opinions as well. I'm also open to hearing all points of view, especially from our industry stakeholders. But I do want to not to get to a point where we're just disregarding our professional recommendations from staff and just making these types of off the cuff, I think, last minute changes. And so if staff, do we have any idea of what that reduction, what cost implications it might have in terms of the administrative cost and your budget?
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And that is a very good point. Because the fee study was based on time studies and time analysis, so we would have to go back and we would have to reduce share of that renewal fee across environmental health, housing and community development, the Office of County Council, and then the program. And I know that there are some, probably all the departments, they will want to know how are they going to offset that cost at this point in time until we can bring back an ordinance that amends the renewal period of time. So I do think it's a good point, because it is based on staff time. It isn't based on an estimate or an exaggeration of how long it takes to process.
Do our folks who did the study, do they have any comments on what the cost implications may be?
This is Jerry Wolf has his hand raised. Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, I'll lower my hand now. Okay. I wanted to make one point. Commissioner Alejo, I'd want to, just run the numbers. I don't want to do things, just off the top of my head. But I did want to make one point about this discussion we're having. It's certainly up to the prerogative of the board, as what this decision is. I just would like to point out on slide 6, if you would, the $4,355, we're throwing that around in the discussion. We did calculate what the cost would be of the initial permit is $4,910. The weighted average between the two is $4,355. I would, it's certainly up to the Board of Supervisors, but my thinking is the initial permit, if you want to have a 50% discount, the 50% discount would be based off the $4,910, not the $4,355. And on the other point, I will work with Joanne this week, early next week, and running those numbers and see what the impact is. But my recommendation, as your consultant, would be to base it on $49.10, not $43.55.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. We also have Mary Zeeb. Mary, would you like to weigh in on the conversation, knowing that we're not talking about CCA as far as the motion that's on the table?
Thank you, Supervisor Rudasky. Mary Zeeb, Treasurer Tax Collector. And yes, But there were awful lot of good questions regarding the CCA, and there were also a lot of misconceptions. So I would appreciate the opportunity at a future board meeting to agendize the CCA, what it provides for the county, and answer all of the supervisors' questions at a more appropriate time. We do that at the cannabis subcommittee, but it doesn't always come to the full board. So I'm happy to do that should you wish that in the future.
Thank you, Maisie, for adding that in. And it does sound like there were at least 3, if not 4, supervisors who had concerns about the CCA. I know that I had pulled up the purpose of the CCA, the bylaws, and there were quite a bit of the purpose referred to the collection of taxes. So you would be the first person that I would want to hear from in terms of what the value and benefit is there. So I would definitely need more information, but I do think there was a clear ask for a review of the purpose of the CCA and potentially bringing back some additional guidance for us there. Okay, so I wanted to ask Supervisor Lopez if you had any amendments to your motion and second based on the feedback from Jerry Wolf, and then I'll go over to Supervisor Adams, who has her hand raised.
I'm not opposed to basing it off the 4910, but I think it makes sure that we're moving in the right direction quickly of assessing that 2-year option and bringing it back to the board with that recommendation as soon as possible, so that we can set that. And I do think it needs to be a priority given the time frame. But I wouldn't be opposed to the 2910, which would be 2455 or something like that. I'd be okay with that.
We could just say 5,000 and 2,500.
Okay, so go ahead, Chris. Sorry, so Supervisor Lopez, you were saying that the 4,900 and then half of that would work for you, and our second, correct. Does that work for our second? Supervisor Phillips, does that work for you as well?
Good. 4910.
4910 for the initial, half of that for the renewal, and commitment to look at moving to a 2-year renewal process. Okay, I think we've talked about this as much as we could talk about this.
And is there any direction to bring back a further discussion on the CCA?
Yeah. Okay, let's do one thing at a time. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We've got, I think, support for it. Supervisor Adams, yes.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I just have 2 last questions. And that is that what you described about the modification and the renewal, I would think that it's more costly time-wise to do a modification than it is to do a renewal. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, the modification could be, an operator could be requesting to increase their cultivation square footage. So that is not as labor intensive as doing a full renewal of their cannabis business.
Okay,
permit.
thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And then I was also uncomfortable with I want to know more how we would do this. The language that was on the other slide that said we could raise the fees for an unusual circumstance. I feel that we should have a bit more definition around what constitutes that. That's not the one. There we go. Retain the option of imposing a higher fee in unusual cases. I feel that that's a bit general, and I know that it's in there now, but I feel like we need to have some more parameters around that. Okay. Could you tell me or give me an example of what this would mean?
An unusual case could be the business operator has sold the business multiple times. There may be many layers of a limited liability company that you have to go through to find out who the real owners are. They could change their name 1 or more times. And like I said, an owner could change. I mean, there are some unique situations that require more time and more research and additional review.
And so to ensure that we don't end up getting sued all of the time from someone who has been in one of those circumstances where there are unusual circumstances, would that be measured by the amount of time that it takes so we have something definitive on which we can stand?
we could do that.
Chair, if I could suggest, the motion says retain the option of imposing a higher fee in unusual cases. I would suggest to the maker of the motion and the seconder that the motion include directing staff to return with a more specific definition or circumstances which would justify imposing a higher fee, which I presume would be based on a deposit, time, and materials.
Yeah, Joanne, if I can jump in on this. The intent here, what we see a lot of is, you're accepting the fee in advance at the time of the application. What happens is some of the most expensive cases are the ones where you ultimately deny the application and you start going through an extensive appeal process. This is what we have in mind. Some of the most expensive cases can be the ones where you don't issue the permit.
So Supervisor Lopez, is that the recommendation from County Council that we just also ask staff to be clear about what those unusual circumstances might be in the process to be followed?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay,
if I could just comment.
Yep, okay,
in
one
a lot
more,
of other
yep.
circumstances, you have a separate appeal fee. You're adopting a standardized fee here. And you need to more clearly define those circumstances which will justify an additional fee for an unusual circumstance.
Okay, so we're asking, so the motion has been amended to include the direction, the recommendation from County Council that we're going to ask for clarity on that and something to come back to us. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a call for a roll call vote. We've got a motion, a second. Are we all clear? You're clear on the direction? Charles, are we clear on the direction here? Okay.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right. And then additional direction that it sounds like we're giving is to request that the issue of the CCA come back to the board with additional information, addressing the concerns. I'm not sure if we route that through the Cannabis Committee first or if it comes directly back to us, but I do think that there was an interest in the board to learn more and
look at the year down the road too.
Yes. And I think that was in the motion that we just approved. So looking at moving the half fee to an every other year at the full price. Okay, very good. We are going to move on. Do we need a motion for the CCA piece? Nope. Okay, very good. We're going to move on to, thank you. And thank you, Jerry, for all the work that you did on the fee study for us. Okay, let's move on to item number I believe our last item for the day, which is good because it is 4:30. We have item number 15 is to introduce and waive a reading and set May 25th as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 7.100 of the Monterey County Code to suspend the fiscal year 21-22 automatic increases on the county's commercial cannabis business tax rates and resume the automatic increases in 22-23 on July 1st. I will once again introduce Joanne Uemoto to give our presentation, and I think it says you've got a 45-minute presentation for us, but okay, very good.
No, we will try to fast track that as best we can. So thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you.
Members of the board. So we're here today. We presented the similar report on April 23rd to the Cannabis Committee, and the committee made recommendations and directed staff to present to the full board. And we made the Budget Committee Chair aware of this presentation, and due to its timing, the Budget Committee Chair has allowed the program to report this item to the full board and bypass the Budget Committee. So we're here to present a consideration for a stay on the automatic escalator for the commercial cannabis tax rate. Since 2016, and I will go through this very quickly, but I wanted to highlight what the staff and the board has approved since 2016. Right, please. So we have the Measure Y was approved in 2016. The Treasurer Tax Collector began collecting the tax. In July of 2018, there was a substantial reduction in cultivation tax rates and penalties. Next slide. In October of 2019, the board approved an outdoor cannabis tax rate. In November of 2019, this is where the board approved the modifications. In April of 2020, there was a temporarily waive on all penalties and interests for the fiscal year 20 quarter 3 cannabis taxes. And in May of 2020, the board did approve a suspension of the automatic escalator. Here we are today. The cannabis program has prepared a board report that focuses on the upcoming automatic escalator and factors to consider. So on your slide, it shows you the current tax rates with the current escalator. Your attachment A also provides a comparison between other jurisdictions and their tax rates. I want to point out that for Monterey County, currently we hold 460 cultivation licenses, 393 are mixed light, 21 are indoor, and we have 46 nursery licenses. Next slide, please. The cannabis program has held monthly meetings with the industry to receive their input and to talk about topics that are important to the industry and to them as operators. Some of the factors that they want you to consider to suspend the automatic increase that would occur in July is the fact that the cannabis industry has not yet stabilized. They are still growing. Operators are still learning how to develop growing cycles that efficiently and effectively could make them profitable. COVID-19 has certainly impacted the industry, and they are beginning to recover from past crop loss and failures and the downsizing of their staff. The one issue that has come up is the hop latent viroid. It has impacted the plants of many of our operators. The hop latent viroid, there's still a lot to learn about that, and the Agricultural Commissioner has also launched a survey to the operators to collect additional data. Next slide. At the Cannabis Committee, the committee directed the program to actually research what were the impacts to the industry, and we sent out a survey and we received 33 responses out of approximately probably 90 operators that have cultivation. So the questions were, what is the cost of a clone or an immature plant, including overhead costs? And the prices ranged anywhere from $1 to $25. Next question was, how many clones or immature plants of your operation have tested positive for the hop latent virus? Again, it ranged anywhere from 0 to 2.9 million. What were the costs associated with the hop latent testing? Again, the individual tests ranged anywhere from $10 to $500, and the total cost ranged anywhere from $15,000 to $100,000. The last question was, what was the total loss revenue that you attributed to the hop latent viroid? And the range was anywhere from 0 to 5.6 million. So in fairness to what we're trying to provide information to you is we wanted to show you the current and this is cultivation only, the current tax revenue for cultivation for this year, which we estimate to be approximately 17. And what would be the projected if the board decided not to put a stay on the escalator and the escalator went through? That would be at 20. And then this slide shows you for the other business types what would be the total or the impacts. Current projected revenue versus other things to consider regarding the tax escalator that would take in effect in July is that it is true that the commercial cannabis state licenses and our local permits and square footage and gross sales have all steadily increased. But the program does acknowledge that we are working very hard to build strong relationships with our industry so they feel comfortable in sharing their ideas at these monthly meetings so that we can bring you kind of a true picture of the industry, what they're feeling, and again, from a program standpoint. So if the if the board were to approve this recommendation, the ordinance would take in effect 30 days after the second reading, which is scheduled for May 20th. That was our presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And both Kelly and Mary Zeeb, I think, are on the line as well.
So, once again, I think I'll pass this over to our Cannabis Committee for initial comments or questions. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I'm supportive on holding off on this tax escalator this year for the reasons that staff already covered. In our committee also, we went through this presentation and heard from our stakeholders, and we recognize that not only the pandemic has created difficulties and challenges this year, but certainly this new viroid, which I think we never even heard out in the last several years, but certainly was a real challenge this coming year for quite a few of our growers. So in recognition of that, I'm supportive of holding off on this year. I think there's some trepidation just that because when we originally lowered the tax rate by 2/3, I believe in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, it was from a $15 amount down to $5. It was a 2/3 reduction, and at that time the board had said in our ordinance that it would be an escalator every year. But I think certainly I want to reassure our industry stakeholders that this should be something that we don't just assume is automatic, but we look at all the factors each year and make our own evaluation of whether there's merits to have an escalator for each particular year. So on a yearly basis, I think this is something we should just look at and not just assume it's just going to automatically go up. But I think there seems to be some intent only because of the action that was taken several years ago. But at this point, I think we should just be looking at this on an annual basis. But I do want to reiterate the intent back then was that as industry strengthens and it does better and grows, that there should be some reflection of that, so that there's increased benefit to the community. But this is just not the year that it doesn't merit that increase this year. So I'm supportive of staff recommendation. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is
Supervisor Lopez. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just would agree with Supervisor Alejo's points there and say that, looking at this particular issue, I think that I'd love to also see a commitment to next year when we bring it forward to do some sort of analysis of what's happening in some of our real competitive counties that mirror us, just so that we know what the market looks like. I know we're looking at a bunch of different pieces to make sure that we're staying in line with the rest of the state, because for me, from the beginning, the real drive to have this industry here is not the tax revenue for me personally, but it's the jobs. And I know that it's created thousands of jobs, and I want to make sure that we stay competitive in the space. And knowing that there's those 98 permits still out there waiting, there's additional square footage coming, and that's the kind of growth I would prefer to see. But totally echo Supervisor Alejo's comments about this not being the right year. And again, this has gone through committee, so just appreciate the full board taking it up. Thank you.
Yeah, we initially had it set at $15 an hour, and that was based on the recommendations of the experts in the area. But and we did drop it down more than some of us wanted to, but we also got a commitment from the industry that that would help grow the which it has, the size of the pie. So I don't think the cannabis industry has been hit as bad as some other industries, the hospitality industry and things with COVID, but they've been hit, and considering the virus and all, I think it's appropriate, and I will support the motion when it's made.
Supervisor Adams?
I agree, and actually I would like to make the motion to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the staff recommendation. Let's go out to public comment. If you are with us on Zoom, please raise your hand so that we can call on you and welcome you into the conversation. We'll start with Aaron Johnson. You can unmute yourself. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Aaron Johnson on behalf of Coastal Growers Association. We support the motion and renew our commitment to growth in this county. I do believe that holding the tax where it is will allow us to continue with capital expenses that go into the growth. Many of the greenhouses that we have not been fully developed. Many are at 25 and less than 50% capacity. And I believe that your action today will result in continued growth of the industry and the health of it as well. And in conclusion, thank you for considering this. It is, this is an example of us working together on communication and echoing some of the comments that were made on the last item. We have had really good dialogue with the county staff on many issues, and this has been one of them. But the monthly meetings are really helping, and just wanted to ask that we keep that up, and thank you for that. Thank you.
I always like hearing that county communication is going well. That's great news. Thank you for your comments, Aaron. Next up, we have Jennifer Rosenthal. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair and the Board of Supervisors. I would like to, echo what Aaron has said. I'm speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. We are in support of this motion, and we are extremely appreciative of the board recognizing the troubles and what it takes to get this business and this industry up and running. And the freeze on the tax is going to be very, very helpful for growth in the industry, locally especially. I am also looking forward to presenting some opportunities and some proposals for a tax escalator in the future and how we can address that collectively, working with the county and the industry so everyone feels that it's a fair escalator. And this is, again, a great example of how the industry and the county staff are working together. So I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Robert Roach. Robert, we'll give you permission to unmute and share your thoughts.
Yeah, let me turn it off.
Thank you. First, I'd like to also thank staff for expediting processes to move this item forward timely. Of course, the tax ordinance that Monterey County adopted in 2016 hasn't stood the test of time. It's now unrealistic. Of course, we didn't really know anything at that time, and we relied on consultants who they knew little more because there was nothing to know. No one had ever done this before. It was mostly all speculation. But this freeze is necessary for the health and growth of our county's industry. However, we do need to continue the discussion on what is an equitable tax policy in Monterey County. Monterey is the only county that adopted this annual $1 a square foot increase on mixed light cultivation. No other county did that. Most do escalate automatically, use the consumer price index. And a couple of other counties that had programmed like 2% gross revenue increases have also been holding that rate steady, namely YOLO and SLO. So thank you very much for your consideration of this item.
Thank you, Bob. Next up, we have Karina Silva. We'll give you permission to hit the unmute button, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock.
Hey, how are you guys? My name is Sergio and Karina's dad. We're together in this meeting. We represent around 500,000 square feet of cannabis production in Monterey County. First, I want to thank you, all of you supervisors. So have that understanding of our industry. And Joanne, I thank you as well. And I think that, I like to believe that going forward, you look at it today, we employ about 4,000 people per year in Monterey County, full-time employment. I think the approach we should have as a county, as operators, as partners with you guys, is to look at, according to Mr. Craig Spencer, we have room to grow for another 4 million square feet. Right now, today, we got 4 million. If we can grow to another 4, we will double our taxes and double our employment instead of 4,000 people will be 8,000 people. And bear in mind that we employ these people for, year round. We are paying them now anywhere from $15 to $18 per hour. I think that our approach will be, what I'm suggesting is that we should consider freeze our taxes for 5 years. It should not be no escalator. It should be 5, so allow us to grow, allow people to come to our county. We are blessed that we have a county, that we have the climate to grow the best quality candidates. And I think we allowed other counties, San Valley and others, to get ahead of ourselves. I think we should be thinking long-term, because we are here to stay if you allow us to stay. We are here to grow with, if you let us grow, but please consider 5 years, freeze our taxes, allow us to grow with you guys. I want to thank you for your support. And that's what I want to say. Thank you for everyone today.
Thank you for joining us today at this end of the long afternoon. Next up, we have Mike Ferguson, followed by Michelle Hackett. Mike, we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you again.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, supervisors and staff as well. I'd like to just say, yeah, I think the freezing of the tax is a great idea and absolutely necessary, and thank everyone who's spoken before me. And I think all the comments made are really spot on. A few things to add to that are, I agree with what Sergio just said. Freezing for more than 1 year, I think, is appropriate here. Otherwise, coming back and having the same, spending all this time going through these processes every single year doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. And the industry it's just really barely in its infancy, or just getting past it. All these businesses are startups or just barely getting past the startup phase. We face many challenges that other typical industries don't face, some of which have been mentioned already during this meeting today, but and others that you may know of. To list a few, it's the hindered ability to bank and utilize financial services like other businesses. Don't forget about the federal tax challenges that all cannabis operators face, namely 280E, where we can't deduct standard business write-offs like many other businesses. Also, currently, a recent development is the steep increase in the cost of building materials, steel as well as wood. And in addition to that, there are supply chain issues with the soil that we use to grow our crops in. And all of these businesses are really in the midst of huge, construction or maintenance efforts to just maintain compliance with the county. So that's the costs are, of these building materials have gone from 2 to 4x of what they were just a few months ago. I want to speak in support of just abandoning this escalator concept altogether. And I think looking at other counties who are similar to us, who have large greenhouse square footage and acreage, we need to be competitive with those other counties. State borders are going to be opening up sometime in the next 5 years or so, and we want to be competitive across the nation, not just within California. And a huge aspect of that in bringing in investors and capital to help us grow our operations and take it to the next level to become state-of-the-art operators. This is a really critical factor for that into the future. So thank you for your time, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we have Michelle Hackett.
Okay, can you hear me?
And thank you, Michelle.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. So Michelle Hackett, owner of Riverview Farms and board member of MCCIA. So not to be redundant to what my previous Mike Ferguson, Jennifer Rosenthal have already spoken to, but coming from the industry directly, the freeze for this year's cannabis escalator is absolutely necessary, and we so appreciate Monterey County staff and the industry coming together to work with the cannabis program to ensure that this happens quickly, as we have been hit with several factors such as hop latent viroid, which we would love to educate the county staff further into, as well as the ever evolving changes. Currently, we are in the process of wanting to add an additional 100 to 110,000 square feet. However, feasibly, financially, there are several hurdles that we are all facing as operators, and we are having to pick and choose, where we are to spend our money. At minimum, greenhouse materials are about 6 months out from ordering, along with, PG&E power upgrades if you want supplemental lighting in your greenhouses, along with the many various other factors that we are dealing with on a county and state level. As we all know, the industry is still ever evolving and ever changing. And I do think there will be an appropriate time to, potentially relook at how we structure our tax. But we are really looking for support, as an industry as to how we could reform it so both parties are happy and in communication as to when the appropriate time is to actually raise these taxes, which I do not foresee in the next 3 to 5 years. So with that being said, we would like to work together with the county in this next year, if we are able to freeze it at minimum this year and come up with a solution by looking at, what some of the other surrounding counties are doing that are similar to us. I know that there's concepts such as gross receipts. I know there are concepts, that are basically just $1 square footage. And there's maybe a concept that we haven't looked at outside of the box, and maybe this isn't the time, but if we are working together as we have just recently on some of the topics and issues and been able to come to resolutions together, I think that we could do the same here in Monterey County to make sure it's the most sustainable and successful cannabis program in the state. So I really appreciate all of your time, and I'm looking forward to moving in the direction of positive change. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your comments. I don't see any other hands raised, so we will go ahead and close public comment. I will bring it back. We do have, I believe, a motion. I didn't write down who made the motion. I think it was Supervisor Adams who made the motion, Phillips who seconded it, and I think we can take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, thank you to our staff. Thank you to everyone who spent the afternoon with us so that you could comment on these items today. I do think this is maybe another example, Joanne, of where being clear about which committees things need to be routed through to, being that this was already went through cannabis and maybe had to bypass through budget, but let's be really clear about where we send you around to the different departments. We now are going to ask for a readout from closed session by County Council.
There was no reportable action today, Chair.
Okay, and we do have an adjournment today in memory of Cruz Reynoso, former California Supreme Court Associate Justice, law professor, and civil rights activist. And I'd like to invite Supervisor Alejo to share some reflections and comments tonight.
Thank you, Chair Askew. First of all, I just want to also express my deepest condolences to fallen officer of San Luis Obispo, the city of San Luis Obispo, Luca Benedetti, who was tragically killed in the line of duty while carrying a search warrant out yesterday. So I want to express from Monterey County to our neighbor to the south our condolences as we mourn with his family and his community on his tragic passing. I want to thank our chair for allowing me to also say some words in honor of my and a journey memory in honor of my law professor, friend, and mentor, Cruz Reynoso, who passed away last Friday, surrounded by his family at the age of 90. Cruz was the first Latino to serve on the California Supreme Court and the California Court of Appeal, and served as the vice chair of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. He was born in Orange County and attended segregated Mexican schools as a child. After college, though, he went on to serve the United States Army in the Counterintelligence Corps. He later earned his law degree from Boalt Hall at UC Berkeley in 1958, after which he started practicing law in El Centro, California. But in 1968, he became the director of California Rural Legal Assistance, or CRLA, which was the first statewide legal services program in California. He became a legend in the legal aid world when Governor Ronald Reagan, at the time, attempted to veto CRLA's federal funding, and an investigation ensued against the legal aid organization. But in the end, under Cruz's leadership, the investigating committee, comprised of former state Supreme Court justices, concluded that Reagan's allegations were unfounded, and their final report praised CRLA as a model law firm whose attorneys were quote unquote legal craftsmen of the first order, dedicated to vindicating the rights of their clients. In 1991, Cruz began teaching law at UCLA School of Law and later at UC Davis School of Law, where I was able to take courses with him. After law school, Cruz appointed me to the California Advisory Committee of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, which was my first commission or board that I ever served on. Cruz worked for the the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission under President Johnson's administration and was appointed by President Carter to serve as the Congressional Select Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Policy. President Clinton later appointed Cruz to be the vice chair of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, and in 2000 gave Cruz the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his work in social justice. Cruz also served as part of Barack Obama's transition team as well. Cruz's life passion was creating a more just society. He fought for equal rights, underrepresented population, legal access for the poor, workers' rights, immigration reform, and voting rights. When not fighting legal battles, Cruz loved working on his ranch just outside Sacramento. Cruz is survived by 4 brothers, 4 sisters, his 4 children and their spouses, 17 grandchildren, 3 stepchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Cruz was greatly loved by all those who had the privilege and honor to know him and will be greatly missed. But for many generations of Latino lawyers and judges, we owe a great deal to Cruz, who really paved the way and inspired so many of us throughout his life. With that, Madam Chair, I thank you, and we adjourn today in memory of the legendary Cruz Reynoso.
And we'll see everyone back here next week.